Good morning. Good morning. What's up, players? Oh, are we right in time? Are we right in time? Hey, Chrissy. Totally.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, hold it in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your presence, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, Jules.
Good morning, Julie.
I have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anybody since we met yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Was everyone able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no. So, Mr. Foreman, with that, we're going to send you back out to deliberate.
All right,
Jimmy?
follow me.
Good morning. Happy Taco Tuesday. I jumped on a little bit early because I saw that they were coming in the courthouse. So we wouldn't miss the one time that we get to hear them say anything in the morning. Yeah, this is the first time we've been early. Look at us go. Look at us go. Thank you. Thank you. Chat Daddy just called.
Please be seated. The court is in session.
So,
He was listening to it too.
I've been sending a note in at 4 o'clock, so I would like counsel here at 4 o'clock. All right, so if you just plan on being here at 4 o'clock, it would make it easier in case the jurors want to go home.
Perfect.
So, all right, Ms. Giannetti, it wasn't until I was here that I noticed you were not in the courtroom.
They held me downstairs, Your Honor. I think the jury was being brought in, so.
Okay. No one told us otherwise either, so.
Understood.
All right, thank you.
All right. Let's into recess to exit courtroom.
She has to throw those digs in. No one told us otherwise either. What's the point of that? What's the point of that? Calm down, Bev. Have a taco. It's Tuesday. Good morning. I jumped on early because I saw that they were coming in the courthouse, so I didn't want to miss all of this. Yes, episode 57 is out. I am so excited for y'all to hear it. I'm so excited. I'm excited for y'all to hear that one. I'm very excited. So yes, that dropped this morning. Ben says crowd was calm, but felt like today was the day. Ben is our boots on the ground. Oh, could it be the day? Let's do a poll. You know I love a poll. You know I love a good vote. This might be the more appropriate way to say it. Will we get a verdict today? Yes or no? Let's do a poll. Oh, why the heck did she have to point that out? Because Bev's gonna Bev. Bev is gonna Bev. If there's one thing we know, Bev's gonna Bev. That's okay. Happy Tuesday. What are we thinking? How are we feeling? Let me get our little timer pulled up. Give them time to get over there. Sue said the jury is dressed nice today. Anytime they dress nice, that's normally a sign that they think they're going to be giving a verdict. This could be interesting. Let's see. I have, what do we have? 908, I think is. The time we left off. Let's see. Like 9/11. What was it? Something like that. Stop pressing buttons, Brandi. Look, I was not quite prepared because we started early. So give me 1 second to get my life together. Okay, here we go. 9/12/41. There we go. See? So easy, right? Better said expect an hour for each day. So 30-ish hours wouldn't be crazy. Yeah, that's what I was saying yesterday. See, look at me. I should have been an attorney. Attorneys are saying what I'm saying. Of course, I'm only saying it because I have heard attorneys say this for years. So there's that. But still, I remembered. And that makes me happy. Because last time it was 27 hours. So let's see what y'all are saying. Let's see what y'all have to say. Oh, by the way, let me show y'all something. Y'all are trolling me, and here's how I know. I started to watch, well, first of all, I didn't realize I was watching the wrong one. So I stopped after a minute and changed it to the original. But I want you to see this because y'all are trolling me, and now I know for sure that you're trolling me because I put it on 12 Angry Men yesterday because of what we were talking about yesterday. And this is what was on. It's an OnlyFans. Y'all are trolling me. I put on 12 Angry Men. And the very first thing that comes up is an OnlyFans. I busted out laughing. And I told Chat Daddy, I was like, Chat's trolling me. Chat is trolling me. But then I saw, and I posted that because I thought it was hilarious. But then I saw where everybody was saying, no, you have to watch like the original one because I thought that I didn't know. And so I turned it off of that one and put it on the black and white one. And so excited about it, but it was so good. But then I fell asleep. So I missed the very end. So don't tell me what happened because me and Chat Daddy have a date to watch the end because, you know, we're old. We fall asleep. All it took was like when we were sitting on the couch, we were fine. But then we were like, let's go watch the rest of it, you know, in bed. So we did. And I think I maybe laid down for probably around 47 seconds before I was like, so I missed it. But, and then whatever came on after, what's that Brad Pitt movie, Moneyball or something like that? It had this moment where I think it's called Moneyball, and it had this thing where he was like had an alarm going off, and the alarm was so loud and it woke us up, and we were like, we both like jumped out of bed. So yes, it's the original that we started watching. We turned off the one with OnlyFans because y'all are trolling me. Am I lagging? I think I am, aren't I? Hold on, I'm going to refresh. Is that better? Let's see if that's better. Looks like I'm lagging. So Brandi does sleep. Look, I actually got to sleep last night since I didn't have like a bunch of testimony to go back over. So it was great. I actually got to sleep. It was wonderful. Thank you, Brandi, for another great podcast, 57. Thank you. I was so excited for y'all to hear that one. So excited for y'all to hear that one. Did you give ChatGPT a go? I did not. I did not. I ended up spending some time with Sydney and then spending some time with Chat Daddy. So I stepped away from the computer and actually lived a little bit of life last night, and it felt amazing. So there's that. It was great. Anyone know how the jury is dressed today? Sue said that they were dressed in their Sunday clothes. That's not what she said. She said they're dressed nice or something. But that's what we call dressing nice. When you got on your Sunday clothes. You're not allowed to play in the pasture if you're wearing your Sunday clothes. They have begun deliberating. We'll show our little thing. You step away from the computer. I did last night. It was amazing. It was amazing. You sound like my mama. It's because that's what my mama said. Tinsley's dreaming. Sunday close means verdict. It could be. Right now, almost 70% of y'all think that we're going to get a verdict today. I did not try ChatGPT, but I will at some point. Did you and your stepdaughter watch Huda crash out last night on Love Island? Yes. Yes, we did. And we were screaming at the TV. Yes. And then Chat Daddy came in there and sat with us, and he's like, Chat Daddy thinks that we're crazy. He was outside for a while, and he came in. He's like, I hear y'all hooting and hollering, because me and Sydney were both like screaming at the TV. There is no court Thursday, but there is court on Friday. I tried ChatGPT. I'm not sure about it. I know everybody's talking about how great it is. I haven't. It's like to try stuff like that, I have to be able to have time to mess around with it because I don't really know how to work it. So, Jessica Machado was told that there's no court Friday, but everybody says that there is Court Friday. So I guess whoever told her that had it mixed up. I don't know. They go back and forth about it. It may change again. Who knows? They just tell us what to do. I'm casting the movie now. The irony, you can ask ChatGPT for help on how it can help you. That's funny. Who knew? Who knew? Who is Huda? So in case you missed it, I said that when I step away from all of this, because it's so heavy and it takes so much mental, like my mental gas tank is like empty by the end of the time I step away from all of this. So I need like mindless nonsense to watch on TV when I step away. So I love just ridiculous shows like Love Island. Love Island is one of my favorites when I need just mindless. And then, so I watched that last night with Sydney, and then we binge watched the new season. There was like 8 episodes or something that we watched Sunday. I think. Was it Sunday? Yes. And so then we watched a couple episodes last night. We got caught up. We watched the last one and then the one that was last night. We watched it live. So Huda is on that show. I love Love is Blind. Oh, actually, my high school friend was on that first season of Love is Blind. She's one of the ones. She made it to the altar, but then she said no at the altar. I think his name was Kenny, if I remember right. I think. Maybe Kenny. Her name is Kelly Chase. Yeah, she's a friend of mine from school. Yep, Kenny. That was his name. I thought so. Huda thinking Jeremiah is the problem as well. That's what we were saying. We were like, she's gaslighting him. He's not done anything. Do you have Naked Attraction USA? I don't think so. I don't think I've ever heard of that. I finished The Handmaid's Tale this weekend. That show stresses me the heck out. That's a good show, though. That is a really good show. I ruined my life with Sister Wives. Look, my mama loves that show. And she talks about them like she knows them. I love it. Hey, mama, I know you're watching. Yes, I'm talking about you. She's about to text me. Like, why are you talking about me? Yes, Kelly is my friend from school. Good morning. Good morning. I've never watched Love Island or Love is Blind. I love just the nonsense of it. Just not having to think about anything heavy and just watching ridiculous behavior on TV. It's like the way that I calm my brain down when I walk away from all of this. Selling sunset. I can't believe I'm even saying it. Look, we listen and we don't judge. So. R. Kelly is rushed to the hospital after overdosing in prison. My guilty pleasure show is the first 48. See, I love stuff like that. But when I need something that I don't, because on those, I think about it and I'm still processing. My brain is still working. I need the ones where your brain doesn't work for these. You're just watching nonsense. Those are the ones that calm my... How about a survivor show of all the people in this trial on an island? What if we did it for all the trials? What if we put all of our favorite and least favorite attorneys in like a mansion or in a, like on an island and gave them challenges and then they had to like vote each other off? Traitors, that would be a good one for them to be on. Oh, especially with the attorneys. Yes. Have you seen Big Little Lies on Max? I read the book. I can't remember if I've seen the show. I read the book. Loved the book. Love me some 90 Day Fiance too. Yeah. Question: is the foreman the juror that asked why a witness couldn't respond to a question that had been objected to an instant? I don't know. I don't know about that. Married at First Sight. That one's interesting too. Vanderpump. Old Gilligan's Island reruns for me. I love the Gilligan's Island. I used to love that stuff. Remember, it used to come on Nick at Night. 90 Day Fiance. I'm about 37 seasons deep. Oh, yes. Did anyone hear about the guy trying to get pictures of the jury? He apparently got arrested. He was a Karen Reed hater. He is one who has harassed me online. So, I won't be putting money on his books. I would totally watch that. Okay, who would we? This is serious stuff here. Who would we put on there? Who, if anyone, would we put on the Crime Junkie Jury version of Traitors? I feel like you have to have Poot. You have to have Dick Harpootlian. He has to be on there. Right? Gotta have Dick Harpootlian. So that's one. We could put Brennan because he would be the one we love to hate and we would vote him off the first week, right? Snow Pappy. He would win it all. He would win it all. He'd be out there tracking cats. He would win it all. Alessi. Yep. Alessi would come up with a plan for everybody. Hank would be gone immediately. The prosecutor from the Depp trial. Mark and Heidi. That's a good one. Yeah. Mark Shiner and Heidi Perlay. That would be good. Marsha Clark. Oh my gosh, Alessi's roundtables would be epic. True. We need Cranky Hanky and Bad Girls Club. Mark Garagos. The Crash Daddies. La Posada. This is fun. Like we should make, why do we not have the show already in the works? Can we throw Ashley Flowers on there? You know, I bet we could clear her schedule for it. What has she got going on? Georgia Kaplan would be great. Yeah. What could be more egregious? John Meadows from Murdaugh. What is Traitors about? So it's this show where they have all these people, and most of them are from like reality shows and stuff, and like different shows and different kind of celebrities, whatever. And they are all in this like mansion, and they have these they're like trying to get to the end to get money, and they all have to decide who the traitor is. So like the host will pick out some traitors. I'm really bad at explaining this. He'll pick out some traitors, like, but it's like, but nobody knows who the traitors are. So then you're having to like always decide like, oh, well, this one's acting suspicious. I bet that one's the traitor. And then they vote them off thinking that they're the traitor. And then you find out after you vote them off if it's actually the traitor. Oh my gosh, yeah, the hear ye guy, just to announce things. Every single roundtable meeting, he would have to call it to order. Like every single one. Right? I feel like he would have to be. For every roundtable meeting, he'd come in, hear ye, all persons having anything to do before the honorable, well, he wouldn't be saying the honorable Judge Cannoni. He would be, whoever the host is. Who would host it? Justice of this court, draw near, give your attention, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth. God save the roundtable. Court is open. You may be seated. Elaine. Everyone gets ham sandwiches. Rescue Randy for sure. Yes. Yes. Did you see Billy Bush had an ex-Canton cop on, and he is being bullied for saying Karen is innocent? I did not see it, but it does not surprise me. We need a Crime Junkie Jersey version of Jersey Shore, Massachusetts style. GTL, Jim Tan lawyer. Rescue Randy would totally win. Totally win. Can Brady be the one who gets the job to host a show? I could do that. I could do that. Oh, Ashley Flowers would make a good host. Yeah. Rocky Albert could host. and just sit there. Judgingly. Rocky Albert. Will the round table have sidebars? I feel like it should. Love is Blind. Is wild. I started on season 4 with the eye drop tears. I forgot about that. Oh my gosh. Did anyone watch that show they made a few years ago called Jury Duty? Everyone on the jury was in on it except and acting except for one juror. Hilarious show. That show was really funny. That was really funny. Lucky could be there. Lucky would have to be a faithful because how could he not? Yeah, Jury Duty was hilarious. Oh, Judge Newman, he would make a good host. Why are they allowed to tack on lesser charges? Why is it not the 3 charges she was actually charged with? The lesser charges are actually a good thing, usually, because it gives the jury different options. So there are some things that keep in mind, too. Jurors are not professional jurors. And as much as we hope that they will follow the law, y'all, we've seen some juror interviews afterwards where they're like, their reasons for voting what they did are a little bit scary. So having the lesser included it's good for both sides because it kind of gives a little bit of flexibility to the jurors to be able to give a verdict for something that they feel like all of this, maybe all of these things, all of these elements were made, but or met or whatever, but these weren't. So it can kind of like lessen the severity of the charge or the, sentence. In this case, though, it's a little bit messed up because they don't have a not guilty for the top charge. So, or for the lesser charges, it's only like the top, it's all or nothing with that second count. And that's where this one is a mess. Praying you could have Randy and Rocky in chairs beside me. Lucy could host. Oh, we could have the whole zoo crew there. We're in season 2 of Jury Duty right now. It feels like it. Who's going to play you on the Karen Reed movie? Do I get to pick? Reese Witherspoon. Not because I think I look like her, just because I like her. Florence Pugh. Who's that? I got to look it up. Oh, I've seen her. Okay. I'll allow it. I'll allow it. They had Jen McKay being played by Gary Busey. I did not see that. That's really funny, though. Raining Men could be the starting song to the show. Good morning. Good morning. Is the jury in pocket state? Perhaps. Perhaps. I can't stand the It's Raining Men song. I'll never hear it the same after this. I love to see the Bang Bang video as the outro for the show. They got the weed whacker right outside my window right now, my office. Weed whacker. Was there an explanation for It's Raining Men? They apparently thought that it was funny and pulled it up on YouTube and played the video. It's what they do at parties, I guess. Totally normal. Is it normal to not have a question yet? Yeah. The last time they began deliberations in the afternoon, I think they asked for the cert report on either the first full day or the second full day. I can't remember. One of them, they asked it, whatever it was, the first full day and the second full day, one of them they asked for a cert report, and then the other one, there was nothing. No questions, no nothing. And then the day after that was the first note about being deadlocked. That was the only question that I can remember, was that one just asking for the cert report. And then everything after that was, I think it might have been the first full day of deliberations that they asked for it. Because I think after that, that's when we were all like, oh, this is never going to end. Because after that, we waited, and that is what it was. Because it was that first, they started in the afternoon, and then the next day, which was like the first full day, they asked for the cert report, and they were told, no. The next day there was nothing. And then the next day we got the first note about them being deadlocked. And then the next day after that was when the other note came. They gave the Tui Rodriguez charge. And then they got another note after that, right? I'm pretty sure. It's in my spreadsheet from the last trial, but 68% right now think that we'll get a verdict today. I don't think that it's a bad thing that they haven't asked anything yet. It takes a lot of time to go through all that stuff, you know? I think Bev was mentioning going home at 4 because she was saying she wanted them back at the courthouse at 4 because if they don't have a she's sending the notes to the jury at 4 to find out if they want to stay or like stay and deliberate, or if they want to go home. And so she wants them at 4 in case they want to go home. She wants them at the courthouse at 4 in case they want to go home. Do juries usually ask the same questions in every trial? Not really. I mean, it's kind of, it depends on what the evidence is, you know, like they have the last one where they asked for the cert report. And I think that maybe the reason for that was they were trying to find out if they could figure out the timing of getting the first pieces of the taillight and trying to figure out if that was after Karen Reed's car had been at the Sally Port, which they made a point to clarify that today, if you notice. And then, yeah, I just think it kind of depends on what they do. Like in that, I think I mentioned this the other day in the Laurie Shaver trial, the jury asked for a calendar because I think they were going over all of the evidence about, you know, how long he had been gone and all that. So I think it just kind of depends. How long did they come out last time and said they were hung? Like I said, I think it was the first day was afternoon. I think it was and that was just the afternoon deliberations. We didn't hear anything from them then. The second day, I think, is when they asked for the cert report. Third day, there was nothing. Fourth day was the first note. I might have those days mixed up on the cert report, but so the fourth day was the third full day was when they gave that first note. And then the day after that is when they sent the note again. They got the Tui Rodriguez charge, and then they sent a note again, and then it was mistrial. It would be wild if we got a verdict today. Nope, still no questions. Does the jury see the free Karen Reed people outside the courthouse? Probably. You know, they meet at a separate location, and they have a bus that takes them in. Can you describe what happens next after a verdict as far as charges? If it's a not guilty verdict, then that's it. Then it's over. If it's a guilty verdict, does Massachusetts do sentencing right away? Some of them do sentencing the same day. Some of them do. Some jurisdictions do it where they schedule a sentencing date. Let's see. I don't see it on here. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what this jurisdiction does. They did it again today. Gosh, these people. We already know that Bev has her mind made up about sentencing. Some of them, like some jurisdictions will do it right away. Some of them will have what's it called? The investigation. I'm tired. I can't think of words. Y'all will know because I can't think of it. Pre-sentencing report. Thank you. They'll do a pre-sentencing investigation and report. And what are the different jurisdictions are different ones for that, but I think it's like 30 to 60 days in a lot of them. Ugh. In Cherokee, it was scheduled for a later date, so it'll probably be a later date. But that's if there's a guilty verdict. Good morning. Happy Taco Tuesday. This case is legit giving me nightmares. It's a lot to deal with. All right, I want to end this poll. We can do another poll. What do y'all want to vote on today? How about Taco Wednesdays? No one's ever done that before. True. We should vote on what's for luncheon. Backseat bread, ham sandwiches, tofu, or pizza that's going to get sent back to the kitchen. Margarita Wednesdays. I see we had this little cantina and brewery by my house before I moved to Florida. They had Margarita Mondays and then Taco Tuesdays. And then we aren't done Wednesdays. So like because they were like the first 3 days of the week are the hardest to get through. So they had Margarita Mondays, Taco Tuesdays, and something like we're not done Wednesdays or something like that, where it's like they would have different specials each week. It was really fun. Did y'all hear? Hold on. Hold on. Let me find it. Okay. For those of you who have been with me for a while, remember I streamed the Jennifer Dulos trial. We did our little deep dive on that. Did y'all see Kent Mahoney? Hold on, I saved the article somewhere. Okay, here it is. Kent Mahoney, remember he's been waiting for years. Yes, the Tour de trash cans. Yes, that is the one, the Tour de trash cans. Kent he took an offered plea on a charge of interfering with police. So an offered plea is not technically saying you're guilty, but it's saying that you have enough evidence to where a jury could probably find me guilty. So it says he entered an offered plea on Friday on a charge of interfering with the police. An offered plea is not an admission of guilt. Oh, I just said this. Is not an admission of guilt, but a concession that the prosecution has enough evidence for a conviction at trial. The judge sentenced Mahoney to 11 months behind bars, which he has already served. Officer said he attacked, talking about Fotis, attacked her at her New Canaan home the day she went missing and brought her out when she was either badly injured or dead. He later tried to get rid of evidence in Hartford. That's when he went on the La Tour de trash cans. Authorities believed he received the help of his then girlfriend, Michelle Draconis. That's the trial that I streamed. And Mahoney. Fotis Dulos he did it himself in January 2020 after he was charged with her death, while a jury found Draconis guilty of conspiracy to commit murder, tampering with evidence, and hindering prosecution. A judge sentenced her to 14 and a half years in prison. Outside of court after sentencing, Mahoney denied knowing what happened to the victim or where her body is located. He said, "No, if I did, I would tell them." Kent did the offered plea. That one was an interesting one because it's like, we had a case within a case, right? Because it was like proving that Fotis was guilty was part of it, even though he's already dead and gone. That was, I think, an easy thing to prove, obviously. But then you have it's like you have that part of the trial, which was interesting, but then they have to prove that in order to try to prove that she had something to do with it. And the biggest thing that they had was her being in that room, like the office or whatever, with Kent and answering the phone, answering his phone. That case was very interesting. Yeah. He was the best judge, wasn't he? I loved that judge. He was so great and so fair. And what I loved about him, with every single call he made, he explained the law behind it. And so it was so like his answers and his decisions and all of that were so transparent because he explained the law of like that supports his decision and why he was making those decisions. He was hands down one of my top favorite judges of all times. Yes, I streamed that trial. We watched that one. And yeah, watching him, and I made some different charts and graphs and stuff to show kind of, you know, the route that he went and stuff like that. I think I did. Didn't I do a video on that one too? Like before the trial? I think I did. I can't remember. It all runs together now. But that one was very interesting. And I felt so bad for Jennifer Dulos. Ugh. Fotis is awful. It was the Jennifer Dulos. Well, it was Jennifer Dulos is the victim. It was the Michelle Troconis trial. But it was so interesting because it was Michelle Troconis trial, but it was half proving that Fotis was guilty. Because it's like they first had to prove that Fotis was guilty for them to start showing their evidence against Michelle. And then there was the fires, you know, they had if y'all remember, like they had the fires going where and they were like, you know, why would they have fires at that time? And then he was on the bike and it was a whole thing. And La Tour de trash cans, he went through all those trash cans, getting rid of different evidence. That one was an interesting one. Yeah, her poor babies. Another timeline written. Michelle was the girlfriend of the husband. Yes, they had an affair. And then they got divorced. They went through a very bitter custody battle. Very sad. What's the name of the ladies who had a TV show about raising kids and the one arrested for abusing her kids and starving them? When is that trial? She pled guilty, right? I think Ruby Frankie, right? Yeah, Ruby Frankie. She pled guilty, right? Yeah. So there won't be a trial. They had a documentary about her on something. Hulu or something, maybe. And it had, that was really interesting. Yeah, Hulu. Okay. I was thinking it was Hulu, but I couldn't remember for sure. She had a YouTube show. 8 Passengers. Did y'all see, speaking of YouTube shows, did you see the documentary about the family who adopted a kid and then, hold on. An update on our family. It's called An Update on Our Family. I watched it on HBO, I think, where they had, it was Where's Huxley was the first episode. That person. That one was crazy too. That was crazy. It was like about a YouTuber family who, well, I guess she started as just a woman, not a family. And then she met this guy, they got married. She's like building her YouTube. Then they had did they have their own kids first, if I remember right? And then I think they had their own kids first, and their YouTube kept growing and growing, and then they decided to adopt one, if I remember right. So they have like this whole family YouTube thing, talking about how she had the kids. I don't know. She went through like this whole thing about going to adopt a kid, and then, kid's name was Huxley, and they were all excited. And then all of a sudden one day, Huxley was just not in any of the videos anymore, and they didn't talk about Huxley anymore. And then all the videos that had anything about Huxley were removed. And so then everybody's like, where's Huxley? That was crazy. I won't give it away in case y'all haven't seen it and you want to watch it, but did you hear the interview with Gabby Petito's mom? She thinks Brian Laundrie's mom or parents killed him. I did not see the interview, but it doesn't surprise me. So I met Gabby Petito's parents a couple years ago. They are some of the nicest people that you would ever meet. And they, through all this tragedy, have turned this into an opportunity to try to like help so many other people, which I think is just amazing. They are really good people. But also, it is kind of weird that they were looking through that whole, however many acres of that area is, and then they went straight to the place where he was. I don't know. OnlyFans making you dizzy? Do that. What's the name of that documentary? The one with the adopted kid. It's called An Update on Our Family. I think it was on HBO Max, or Max, I think is what they're calling it now, not HBO Max. It was good. It's interesting. Remember when people were speculating he was in an underground bunker in his mom's garden? The internet is a wild place. Did you see Defending Jacob on Apple TV? I have not seen it, but I read the book and I loved that book, but I haven't seen the TV show. But the book is fantastic. Have you seen the documentary on Max called The Idaho Murders? I have not. You read a lot of books, Brandi. Wow. Yeah. Well, also, when I was going through treatment, well, when I was going through chemo and stuff, my eyes were really blurry, so I couldn't read. So I listened to a lot of podcasts and some books on tape and stuff. But once I was away from the chemo for long enough for my vision to clear up again, I didn't have anything to do but read. Like, I read a lot and I watched, you can only watch so much TV. That doesn't do anything with your mind. And so I was in the hospital a lot, in and out of the hospital for a couple years because I lost count. It's somewhere around 30 surgeries. I don't know exactly how many, but I was in the hospital a lot. So I would read a lot. Because in the hospital, like, there's nothing else to do. Like, you can watch reruns of Friends and Seinfeld or the news or read. And that was it. So I read a lot. And then when I had to do hyperbaric treatments, I would read because, I was in the chamber for, I can't remember, like 3 or 4 hours a day or something, 5 days a week. So it was like nothing else to do. So I would go through a couple books a week. Friends is the best. Friends is great, but you can only watch so many, especially because, like, being stuck there, and I needed something to keep my mind stimulated. And so I read a lot. I had stage 3B squamous cell carcinoma, cervical cancer. Friends is my fave. I wouldn't even get sick of it for that long. I love it. And it's like, it's not one of those things you get sick of. It's just that being stuck in there for so long, like, I needed brain stimulation. I was used to working all the time and being busy all the time. So then it's like, now you're stuck in a hospital bed. And it was during COVID, so I couldn't have visitors. So I'm just like in the hospital by myself all the time. So I read a lot, but I've always loved to read. What did you do for work before this? I did, well, right before I got sick, I was doing marketing and sports marketing. And then before that, I managed a bridal store. So, but it all happened, you know, all of this came from, like, this would be my dream job. This is what I would do for fun. I mean, not streaming, obviously, but like following true crime stuff and all that. So it ended up being a difficult time, of course, but I mean, how lucky am I? Like, I beat the odds and got my dream career out of it. So did you work with the teams in Orlando? No, that's when I was doing that when I was still in Ohio, which is cool because like I got Reds tickets and stuff like that. Have you thought about writing a book? I know everybody asks me that. If Steve's in here, he's about to say, I told you that. Yeah, my dad was 6'8". He's a big guy. Big guy. Charboy said there's a documentary crew following the McAlberts. Yeah. Ah, see, Steve. Steve said, I told you that. I knew it. Yep. We had that conversation before about me writing a book. How did you meet Chat Daddy? My longtime close friends, like from college, introduced us when I was down here covering a trial. How tall are you? I'm like 5'8" and a half. I like to round up 5'9". Have you read any of Ashley's books? I haven't read the most recent one. That one's going to be on my beach reading list for when I have time off after this, because I've heard it's so good. I can hear it now. Brandi Churchwell, New York Times bestselling author. That would be wild, huh? But see, the thing is, it's like, it's weird because my life and my story is so, you know, like a lot of people that tell their life story have like, you know, this one crazy thing they went through. And my life is not like that. Like, my childhood was a dream. I had a fantastic storybook childhood. And then it's like my adult years were like from 18 till 40 were just like one thing after another. It's been, and don't get me wrong, I've had some, you know, huge blessings and some great times. It's just after every trauma that I healed from and would get kind of normal again, then another huge trauma would come. So it's just like my adult years have been very wild. But you are not 40. I am 42. I am 42. Do you think Higgins picked up a Faraday bag from Canton PD that morning? Say, I don't know. Nothing would surprise me in this case at this point. Nothing. Any book recommendations? Ashley's new book. That one's on my list. I'm very excited about that one. Some of my favorites, Sold on a Monday. Sold on a Monday is one of my all-time favorites. All-time favorites. And it was inspired by like an actual newspaper article. What else? As far as series go, like just interesting stuff to read. The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo series, I loved. And I saw they had like the Swedish version of the movies, and those were closer to the book series, but the American ones were not as close. I didn't like the American ones. Anyway, I'm sure the movies are fine, but the book was White Oleander. The Paris Wife. The Paris Wife was really good. Glass Houses. Is it Glass Houses or the Glass House, maybe? Hold on, let me Google it so I don't tell you wrong. The Glass House, Glass Castle, something like that. The Glass Castle. The Glass Castle is one of the best books I've ever read. There's a movie. Don't watch the movie. Don't watch the movie. Don't watch the movie. Read the book. So much better. Any Gillian Flynn? Yeah, I like Gillian Flynn a lot. White Oleander was a fantastic book. Where the Crawdads Sing. Yes, that one's a great book too. And that movie was good. The movies are never as good as the books, other than I think White Oleander was one of the ones that was close. And then Gone with the Wind. That was my favorite movie growing up. I thought it was just one of the coolest movies. I loved Scarlett O'Hara. Five, 8.5. 5, 8.5. I'm about 10 minutes behind, but Brandi, would you consider doing a video about you? I've heard you mention bits and pieces of your journey and would love to hear the whole story. It's a lot. My whole story is a lot. I don't know that y'all are ready for all that. It's crazy though, because anytime I kind of get into like everything, then that's the first thing people always tell me is you should write a book. It's a lot. Flowers in the Attic. Yeah, that was good. Yeah. So sad they never made a movie to the sequel to Gone with the Wind. They did, but it wasn't like a big. It was like a not Lifetime, but like one of those kinds of networks. To Scarlett. I'm sure it's probably available on Prime somewhere. Look, they got the weed whacker over there again. I don't know if y'all can hear it. I live in Terra Estates. Wait. You live in Terra Estates where? Behind Burt Reynolds' old house? Off of 81? What Terra Estates do you live in? Gone with the Wind was nothing like the book. It was different, but it was, I see with that one, I loved that movie before I ever read the book. So the book is different, but I'd already loved the movie. Oh, Warner Robins. Okay, there's a Terra Estates in Loganville too. The Terra Estates in Loganville, it's Loganville, Georgia. There's but it's Burt Reynolds' old house, and it looks like Terra. And so they built a neighborhood behind it and call it Terra Estates. We did our homecoming pictures there when I was in high school. Or maybe it was prom. I think it was homecoming. Would you consider writing about true crime book, or would you rather stick with autobiography? I don't know. The thing is, if I did an autobiography, it would be one of those things where it's just like, now what? Now what? Because you know how there's always, in a book, it's like there's, you start it and then you go through the big journey and then there's a conclusion and then that's it. My life isn't like that. My life is like I went through this huge thing, came out on the other side of it, and then life was good for a while. And then here comes this other huge thing. And then I trudge through it, make it to the other side, and then good. And then, oh, not so fast. Here comes this other huge thing. So I don't know how good of a book it would make, because it's kind of one of those things like how, I don't know. I don't even know that it would be believable. I'm from Loganville. Yep. Walnut Grove. Went to Loganville High School. To be fair, we have time for you to tell it. I'm 100% a psychological thriller buff. I love psychological thrillers too. Yeah. I go through phases. I like reading different kinds of books at different times. So I love a good memoir that really makes you think about life. I love a good psychological thriller. I love certain autobiographies. I like certain history books. I love historical fiction too. Oh, historical fiction. Speaking of that, what's that one book about the Tennessee Children's Home? Hold on, let me look it up. Before We Were Yours. Oh, Before We Were Yours. One of the best books ever written. Loved that one. Jody said, I can tell you've been through a lot by the way you handled that nasty comment from a dude saying he can't stand listening to you. Your skin is thick. I'm the same way. Yeah, I've gone through enough to make me I'm not going to be for everyone, and that's okay. Didn't a store used to have a commercial that said Loganville? Where's Loganville? Maxi Price Chevrolet, and Loganville, Georgia will never live it down. To this day, I can meet people down here and they're like, where are you from? I'm like, Georgia. What part? Loganville. Where's Loganville? To this day, Max Price Chevrolet still has people repeating that commercial. Clark Gable's grandson was so handsome. I don't think I've seen him. Clark Gable was my first crush, though. It's my first crush. Gone Girl is one of the best books I've ever read. That one is, yeah. Gone Girl is, that one was so well done. Waiting for this jury is it's like a psychological thriller. So glad you're better, Brandi. A blessing in disguise to have that break in your life to focus on yourself, discover what you're truly passionate about, and reroute your career. It's literally the best thing that could have ever happened to me. And I know that that sounds weird saying like, you know, I went through like cancer, COVID, and divorce all at the same time, which isn't normally like, you know, great. But it was like going through all of that at the same time stripped me of everything in my life all at once. So it forced me to completely start over from scratch with everything. And it was the best thing that could have ever happened to me. I mean, obviously it was difficult, and I still have, you know, I have lifelong stuff I'll have to deal with, especially because of the health stuff. You know, whatever, that's fine. But it was the best thing that could have happened to me. My life wouldn't be what it is if I hadn't gone through that. So you never know what nightmare can end up being a blessing. Yeah, Before We Were Yours is fantastic. It really is, isn't it? Oh gosh. It was, man, that one. You should start an online book club. That would be so fun. Maybe we could do that on the other channel. We'll have like, we'll do a book club. You work hard, you sacrifice, you fight injustice, you think you're making a difference, and then you find out Snooki has a book deal. That's hilarious. Why does every small town have that commercial? Yes. Remember the Wolfman and Donna? For those of you Georgia folks, and you had to pick who you were going to ask for? Sharp Objects was really good too. That was a really good book too. Yeah. Are you on Goodreads or Fable so we can follow you in your reads? No. I don't know what that. I've heard of Goodreads. I don't know what Fable is. Local Woman Missing. Yeah, that one's good too. Silent Patient was really good too. Yes. Have you read Gone with the Wind? Yeah. I loved the movie growing up, but had never read the book. And then I think I finally, because the book is huge. It's huge. I think I finally read it for the first time when I was in college, if I remember right. Maybe it was right after college. I think it was in college. I can't remember. It was sometime in my early 20s. Your divorce got you here with your note taking. That's true. when you have to use your skills and develop skills to find out what's happening in your own home, best thing that could happen. Dark Place is my fave by Gillian Flynn. Dark Place is good too, yeah. Indiana here. We loved Indiana. We went for the Audio Truck Prom and we had so much fun. Indiana was so pretty. I would totally join the book club. Maybe we'll do that. Carr said, you don't have time for that, Brandi. I know. I'm working on my work-life balance. So when I'm not in trial, it's not as bad. But I love reading. Going through cancer during COVID is something I wouldn't wish even on my worst enemy. All I wanted to do was hug my loved ones, but couldn't. Been in remission. Congratulations on being in remission, first of all. That's something that I think if you haven't gone through it, you can't understand the fear. Even going back every, time to get a scan, it's just like, it's instead of anxiety, they call it scanxiety, where you're just like nervous. But also, yeah, going through cancer during COVID was wild. And it would be so frustrating. I didn't even want to be on social media because I get on social media and everybody's complaining about being stuck at home with their family. And I'm like, I would give anything right now to be at home with my family. So I couldn't even stand that. Also, something that's interesting, going through cancer during COVID was a wild thing because seeing it from that side of it was totally different because every day that they would come in, I was in the hospital. So every day that they would come in, it would be like a different protocol. Cause this is like while they're figuring out COVID stuff. Right. So they would come in and it'd be like, okay, well, at first they changed it to like where you're only allowed to have 2 visitors a day. Like, okay, fine. Then you're only allowed to have 1. Okay. Well, then you're only allowed to have 1 and it can only be for an hour. Then you're not allowed to have any. And then it's like, okay, now when we, wheel you, because they would wheel me in my hospital bed down to chemo. So like now when we, wheel you down to chemo or to radiation or wherever you're going, we can't take the main hallways anymore. We have to take you down like through the service things. And then it was like, it just, every day stuff would change. It was the weirdest thing. So seeing all of it happen, like while you're in a hospital and like they're figuring out what the heck it is and what's going on and nobody really knows anything, was a really interesting way to see it all unfold. That was really interesting. Because I remember laying in the hospital bed and seeing like the people were stuck on a cruise ship because of, this coronavirus thing and nobody knows what it is and all this stuff. And I'm like, well, that's weird. And then like from there, just how everything changed and then came over here. It's like just watching everything from a hospital bed was wild. Adding all these books. Yeah, there's some good ones. You remember The Wolfman and Donna? Hey, ask for the Wolfman. Ask for Donna. Get Fable because you could do book club there. I've never heard of it. I'm going to have to. I lived in the like Dayton area, Miamisburg. Silent patient was a mind F. Yeah. My other channel is just my name, YouTube, at Brandi Churchwell. Did you Jeff BI training in your divorce prep? Basically. Verity was really good too, yeah. Most people don't think they're interesting, but as a therapist, I can tell you everyone has a story. I think mine is just so all over the place. I had a wild 2 decades. Do you know any deets on Canton Police Chief Helena Rafferty hitting someone in February 2024 and it wasn't made public until like April? Yeah, he was in a crosswalk, I think, and she hit him, and yeah, it just kind of was like swept under the rug, and nobody told anybody until it came out in April. My lovely patient has been dropped off at the ER. I turned her TV on so she could keep watching and told her all of your well wishes. She said to tell y'all thank you, and Karen didn't do it. My baby girl was born at 32 weeks, the day after the first confirmed COVID case in Oklahoma, so I can attest to the changing protocols. It was crazy, right? Like on a day-to-day basis. So crazy. Hey guys, what are we thinking? How are we feeling? I just broke up with my therapist. I am late today, but do you think it matters what the jury is wearing? We have seen in previous trials where on verdict day, they dressed up. It doesn't happen every time, but we have seen that before. So I think that's why people are like, oh my gosh, they're dressed up. Brandi, I'm originally from Southern Ohio. We now live in Georgia, Georgia Lina, meaning Georgia, South Carolina line. My husband is from the Orlando area, so we live there as well. Y'all are just following me around. Following me around to all my homes. Reading the chat, we all have stories to tell, don't we? I know, isn't it interesting? I love being able to hear like the craziness that people have gone through and overcome, because it's always like people and people's lives are so often more interesting than fiction. Anyone following Trinity Esslinger out of Destin, Florida. Oh, no. Search continues 4 days after 10-year-old girl went missing while swimming in Destin. Destin's right down the road. I hate that. My son's friend, yes, he got moved to the rehabilitation center, so haven't been able to hear much since then. Can we have a webcam on Karen and her defense team right now? I don't think that they have any cameras on them. I got a degree in education and psychology. I originally wanted to teach college level English literature because I loved reading and I loved writing. And I thought if I teach college level, they'll want to be there and they'll want to learn. That was my original plan. And then I had to be in a school, do my practicum. And I did substitute teaching for a while when I was in college. And I did my practicum and I was like, nope, not for me. Nope. Did you catch the hot mic with Bev, Hank, and the bailiff yesterday? I don't believe so. We've had a few hot mic moments. I don't think that we heard one yesterday that I remember. Is there a next trial you are going to cover? The Koberger trial, I think, is going to be the next one that we stream. Karen and her team have to stay in the courthouse this whole time. No, they just have to be within 10 minutes of the courthouse. So I think they were going to David Unetti's office is what I think they said one day. I don't know if they're there every day, but yeah, I heard about the whole selecting the juror 13 as the alternate before seeing the chip. I saw that clip. I don't know. It's hard to say. I just wish that they would, like, what would it have hurt for them to just hold it up and let everybody see it? What would that have hurt? Nothing. Nothing. It wouldn't have hurt anything. I think let me Let's see if questions always kind of give us some insight. So that's what we're hearing. Oh. I will laugh so hard if it's about the verdict slip. Yes. I would laugh so hard. Ah. The jury questions sometimes give us some insight into what they're thinking, how they're feeling, what they're deliberating, what they're confused on. My stomach hurts. If it's on the verdict slip, I will fall out of my chair. Does Bevel allow talkbacks on testimony? No. They don't do any kind of, they won't do transcripts, nothing like that. They have to rely on their memory and their notes. Do we get to know the question? Yes. They will come into court and read it, and then jury will get to hear about it. Change to that one. Oh, goodness gracious. Who's nervous? Who's nervous? The jury had a question last time on the first full day when they asked to see the cert report, and that was it. And that they didn't have any questions. Fan shaking. The court clerk is the one who said it was a question, so. I'm stressing out. Glass in the nose. This came up with some people I was talking to. Karen said when she pulled the sliver of glass from his nose, it started to bleed. Others say once dead, they won't bleed. Once dead, it won't pump. You're not pumping blood anymore. That's true. But there's so many veins in your nose that having the piece of glass there, if it's because she said it was like just like the size of like a splinter, and she said it had blood coming up. That's possible with all of the blood that's in your nose at that time. So it wouldn't spurt. Brennan made that word up. She said that it started I think she said like it gushed blood out of it or whatever, which can happen if it's built up right there. And based on the way the blood pools with gravity. I went down this whole rabbit hole. Yeah, Hank just makes up words. Hank Brennan is guilty, in my opinion. Y'all have to let me know when you listen to today's episode what you think about Hank when I put it all together. Never take Hank's word for anything, correct? We've learned that. Okay, they need to hurry up. Do you prefer to read or audiobooks? It depends. If I am able to, I like to read. If I'm on like a road trip or something, then I'll do audiobooks or podcasts. Ugh. Alessi is speaking with a court officer about a concern, and he's speaking with Karen now. Are all trials this stressful? I think the verdict watch is. Maybe not on all of them. I think on some of them, it's like, you know what the outcome is going to be. Like when it's like super obvious. But when it's one like this where you don't know.
Please be seated. Court is in session.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, I was just informed that somebody accused. Just informed.
Just informed that what?
So counsel, why don't you come on up?
We want to hear. I'm so annoyed right now. I'm so annoyed right now. Objection. I need to hear this. This is BS. They're at sidebar. They normally, yeah, they will read them out. I don't know why we're at sidebar. This is wild. David Inetti and Karen Reed turn from the sidebar and smile at the paralegals and the Reed family. Why are they smiling? Why are they smiling? Why are we smiling? She's smiling. You just hugged him. What's happening? What's happening? Oh my God.
Bob, I can't do this. I can't do this.
What? What? Can't do what? Can't do what? What are we doing? I'm spiraling. I'm spiraling. I'm spiraling. David Unetti says something to the Reed family. Someone says, God, and they all exhale and act physically relieved. Family reacts happily when Unetti speaks with them. What is happening?
Those are done. What's that?
Somebody else just said some of the defense went over to Karen's family. Whatever Unetti said to them seemed to bring a reaction of relief. Members of Karen's section are crying. Karen is crying. What is happening?
Okay, Hank. Yes, sir. Here's number 3.
I'm spiraling. I'm spiraling. Sue O'Connell said she overheard somebody say, it's just a question. But I don't know what question it is.
Sure. Counsel, what I'd like to do is I'm just going to read the questions to you now, so please take your seats. So I'm going to read the questions, I'm going to have them marked, then I will take a short recess, let you all talk about it, and then come back.
Thank you.
So, all right, so I received 3 questions from the jury. The first one is, they appeared on note cards, so that I don't know what order they came in, but this is the order I got them. This is the order I'm going to read them. What is the time frame for the OUI charge? Offense 002, Section 5, OUI at 12:45 or OUI at 5 a.m.?
Oh my
The
God.
second, are video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? How can we consider them? And the third, does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2 number 5, convict the overall charge? So I will give you some time to consult. I think the first one, I'll hear from you as to what the time frame is, and I don't need to hear from you now. That's pretty clear cut what they're looking for. The second one are video clips of Karen's interviews evidence. How can we consider them? Well, we know they are evidence and they can give them whatever weight they want. I would also be inclined to give a humane practice instruction, and tell me if you want the digital evidence instruction. It's a little awkward because it would be something like, before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who appeared in the communication was in fact Karen Reed. So think about that when I come back out. But I think it's appropriate to give a humane practice instruction.
Oh my gosh.
And also tell me what you think about what to say about the weight. The third question is a little bit more, I think, unclear as to exactly what they're looking for.
Yeah, because you didn't.
Does
clear the
convicting
form.
guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge? What I'm proposing, I gave you both a verdict slip where I included the language. I know yesterday I said they have to be read hand in hand, the jury instructions with the verdict slip. I've incorporated the language from the jury instruction into the verdict slip. I've given each side a copy. When I come out, I'd like your input on whether you think this is appropriate. I would instruct them, as I did before, that they start at the top and work their way down. That's the only thing I did not specifically put in here, but I think it takes it step by step, an analysis to do it. So
course I thought that was
how much time does the defense want to be able to respond to me?
Perhaps 15 minutes.
Okay, and the Commonwealth?
That will suffice.
Okay, so it's 7 past. Why don't I come out at 25 after, give you 20 minutes?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Oh my gosh. They're trying to figure out if they, I put this in the podcast episode this morning. I said, if they convict her of anything, it could potentially be the DUI or OUI, I think is what they call it here. And that would probably be because of the video clip of her own words saying that she was buzzed. I put that in the podcast episode that released this morning. And if they're stuck on that one, it means that they have made it down the verdict slip to that one, which means that they are more than likely, and this is speculation fingers, it is more than likely that they have gone not guilty on all of the others and are stuck on the DUI on whether or not to convict for it, because they don't know if they should consider Karen's own words in that clip as evidence or not. That's what it sounds like to me. If they are hung up on that one and they are confused about the verdict slip because the verdict slip is confusing, and we tried to tell you that yesterday, Bev, but you don't listen, then they are trying to ask if she is convicted of that, that doesn't mean that she's convicted of all of the other stuff. So it sounds to me like exactly what I said was going to happen is happening right now. And they are debating on the DUI and everything else not. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I'm going to pull it up. This is what it was. Okay. The second one, the lesser included, on offense 2, number 5, that's the guilty of lesser included offense, operating under the influence of liquor. So I think if that's the one that because remember Beth said you start at the top and work your way down or whatever. So if they haven't agreed that any of these are guilty, that means they've made it all the way down to this one. They're wanting to know if they convict her of this one, does that mean that she's convicted of those? And the reason that they have to ask that is because Bev wouldn't change the darn verdict form to make it easier. So I think that between that question and the first question being the time frame for the OUI charge, they're asking if it's at 12:45 or 5 a.m. And then are the clips evidence? They are probably looking at, like I said, the one where she said that, she wasn't as sharp as she should have been. And they're trying to figure out if she may be getting convicted right now of a DUI. And that's it. All of those questions are all about that. The punishment for that one in Massachusetts is rarely jail time, but technically, under the law, she could be sentenced to 2.5 years. Closed captions are turned on, but there's nothing for them to say right now. Absolutely the most expensive OUI trial ever. Let's do a poll. The attorneys don't get to decide the answers, but they will have input with the judge on it. This is huge, though. This is... So they didn't do a blood alcohol on her that night. What they did is they took her blood from the hospital when she was there the next morning. But here's the thing. The blood that they took from her was done at the level of how the hospitals do it, not for forensic purposes. It's two different things. They have the blood that they take, and then they do either a whole blood test or the spinny thing. I can't remember what it's called now, where it separates the blood from the watery substance, and then they take that. To do it on a forensic level, the most accurate way is to do the whole blood test. But they didn't do that because that's not what they do at the hospital. They weren't doing it for centrifuge. Thank you. The serum test on the centrifuge machine. So they don't do it that way in the hospital, because when they're doing it in the hospital, they're not doing it for that purpose, right? They're doing it specifically for the purpose of like checking for things they need to check for in the hospital, right? So because they didn't do it the forensic way with the Massachusetts State Police and all of that, then it's not technically supposed to be used for court proceedings like this. The way that they do it, they put it in a centrifuge machine or whatever, and it spins it, and then it separates it, like kind of like separates the blood, kind of like I use the example of like oil and vinegar dressing. You know how it's like the lighter stuff on top and the heavier stuff on the bottom. Then they take that, the plasma and all that, and then they test the top part for alcohol. But that is not the same as, it doesn't test the same as the whole blood test. So what they did is they then tried to make up for that. So I think it was like, what, like 20, maybe I'm making that up. I can't remember what percentage it is that's different. Was it like 20? Wasn't it like 20% or something crazy like that? Did I make that up? Whatever percentage it is. So they did the retrograde extrapolation, and they did the conversion and all that. So they're basically like, okay, this is always off, and this one always tests higher. So it's usually about this percentage off. So we're just going to take this result and then make it this percentage difference. And then we're going to do, count backwards, like, well, it would probably be this, probably be this. So their range that they gave her for what her blood alcohol content would have been was this huge range. And it's kind of like based on a whole bunch of, well, maybe this, maybe that, we'll throw in some of that, and we'll account for this, and we'll do this. So it's like basically saying like, hey, here's this huge range of what her alcohol content could have been, but we don't really know. It's not something that is scientifically, sound for something like this. So that itself lends itself to reasonable doubt. So, I have it in my notes. Hold on, let me see what percentage it was that's off, because I remember it being a pretty high amount, if I remember right. Let's see. Okay, her ethanol level was 93 milligrams per deciliter, and that was at 9:08 a.m. So to convert that to blood alcohol content, you divide by 1,000. So it's like 0.093 blood alcohol content for the ethanol level. Then to get to this serum, like the serum number into the blood alcohol concentration, you apply the two conversion factors, the highest and the lowest in the typical population. So it's 1.13 and 1.19, because it's usually 13 to 19% higher. I was thinking 20%, so I was close. 13 to 19% higher in the serum test. So then it gave this range of 0.078 to 0.092%. That's the range that they think based on population percentages, they think it would have been in that range if they had done the whole blood test, which is the more accurate one. So then they take that range that they think it would have been this, and then they do an extrapolation to try to figure out what the blood alcohol content would have been earlier, like around midnight instead of 9 a.m. And then they use different intervals to account for things. So they try to consider their like the drinking history, when she stopped drinking, which is something they don't know. And then they subtracted 2 hours to try to have a more conservative estimate. And then they figure in like rates of elimination and all that kind of stuff. So they take in all of these factors, right? And just put in all of these, well, maybe this and maybe that, and we'll guess at this and we'll guess at that. And then they come up with the range of, which is different from the last trial. The last trial was 0.135 to 0.292. This time they said it was between 0.14 and 0.28% at 12:45. So all of that convoluted stuff that I just told you on how they get this, the fact that it's all that convoluted stuff to go through to get this is kind of like junk in, junk out, right? There's so many factors that go into that there's no way to prove any of that, which is why I think they're asking if the clips are considered evidence. Because if you think about it, think about all the people who said that she didn't act drunk. Think about all of the, like Karina Kolakithis was like, yeah, I didn't drink. I drank water the whole night. I talked to Karen the entire time and I wasn't even worried about her driving. She, seemed fine. So that's why I'm thinking that they may be asking about her words being used, like her clips being used against her, because in that one clip where she's like, yeah, I wasn't as sharp as I should have been. I had a buzz or whatever. I think that they're trying to figure out if they go by that or if they go by everything else. Because if you go on just the evidence, you can't really convict on that, If you go by the evidence and that clip, then I could see where people would be questioning it. So what I think this means is that they are at a not guilty for everything, but they're trying to figure out if she meets the legal standards for OUI. See, Richard Norton said, if they convict OUI, they're going manslaughter. I don't agree. I could be wrong. I don't agree, because they specifically said offense number 2 and then number 5. They're asking about number 5. So, and they're wanting to ask, they even asked if they convict on that one, does that mean she's convicted of all of the, like, of the higher offense? So I think that she's about to potentially get a verdict of not guilty on everything except for maybe the DUI. Oh. The humane instruction in court generally refers to a specific jury instruction related to the voluntariness of a defendant's confession or statement. So here's the breakdown. The humane practice rule applies when the defense challenges the voluntariness of a defendant's confession. The court holds a hearing to determine if the confession was voluntary. If admissible, the court instructs the jury that they must also find. Okay, so here's what it is. So it was admissible. So here's the part where we're at. Court instructs the jury that they must find beyond a reasonable doubt that the statement was made voluntarily, freely, and rationally before considering it as evidence. The instruction prevents involuntary statements from being used against a defendant. The jury considers all circumstances surrounding the statement, including the defendant's condition, intelligence, and the circumstances of questioning. I think they're about to come back. The max for OUI is 2.5 years. Yeah. Bev is never on time. It's the clock drift. It's the clock drift. Oh. There is no specific minimum for, like, because the first offense OUI very rarely does any jail time. But the most she can convict her or sentence her to, if she's convicted of that, is 2.5 years. The judge decides that. Judge is coming back in. Oh.
Please be seated. Court is in session.
All right, so I will hear you on the first question, the time of the OUI. Any suggestions?
Your Honor, do you want to hear from the defense first?
I'll hear from you're standing up, so I'll hear from you first.
Okay. On question number 1, what is the time frame for the OUI charge, offense 002, section 5, OUI at 12:45 or OUI at 5 a.m.? Our suggestion would be something along the lines of, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have the evidence. It's your decision.
You are the fact finder.
You're the fact finder.
Mr. Brennan, or whomever from the Commonwealth,
My suggestion will be 12:45.
and why is that?
The case has always been focused at that time. I don't think there's anything specific in the indictment though regarding the time.
Do we have the indictments?
No.
I do not.
Right.
The indictments.
If it's not in the indictment, I'm uncomfortable telling them a time.
I'm sorry?
If it's not in the indictment, I'm uncomfortable telling them a time.
Understood.
All right.
I agree with the court on principle. I just don't have the indictment memorized, so I don't remember If we can pull that up.
There's no time in the indictment.
There's no time?
It's just the date.
I don't expect that there's any time to be.
All right, so I'll say you have the evidence, and remember, you are the fact finders, or something to that effect. All right. Are the video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? How can we consider them? So I'll tell you what I was planning on saying, then you can add to it.
Sure.
Yes, the videos are evidence. Give them whatever weight you think is appropriate to give them. And then I would give the digital evidence instruction and the humane practice instruction.
The only thing I would respectfully ask the court to include in that sentence is give them whatever weight, if any, you deem appropriate.
All right.
If any.
Okay.
Thank you. Otherwise, it's fine.
We raised the issue of preserving.
Good instruction.
Okay. What's the Commonwealth's position?
We have a different perspective on that.
Of course you do.
Okay.
The first part of the question, are the video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? The answer should be yes.
Okay.
How can we consider them? I think it's fair to say you should weigh the defendant's statements as you would any other piece of evidence. Since they've been interviewed substantively, they are like any other piece of evidence. There's no difference, and there shouldn't be any reflection of a difference in the answer. We didn't introduce any evidence in this case and say you should give it any weight, if any at all. We didn't provide a limiting instruction in any way, and these shouldn't be so limited. This is just like a photograph. It's no different than a physical piece of evidence. And so I think the answer should simply be yes. You should weigh the defendant's statements as you would any other piece of evidence. I do not think the court should give humane practice or digital evidence. It suggests that there's some deterioration or further analysis that is different. Those instructions were already given during the charge. In addition, those instructions are in their hand in the written jury instructions. And so, to put it most simply, as I think that we should, is this is a piece of evidence, and you weigh it like you would any other piece of evidence, whatever they decide, rather than give them guidance to curtail it or to limit it in any fashion.
My only suggestion, Your Honor, is that every single piece of evidence that's provided to them, it's in keeping with Massachusetts laws and keeping with the responsibility that they have. Every single evidence is given the weight, if any, they deem appropriate. That is not a misapplication of the law. I think the Commonwealth's suggestion suggests in the answer that they should or they have to give those statements weight, and the law is they don't have to give them any weight. So I think the appropriate comment by the court is exactly as the court suggested initially, which is you give it whatever weight, if any, you deem appropriate.
Come on, Bev. Bev. Come on, Bev. We're all watching. This is what you said. AJ agreed. Don't change it just because I want you to. Bev. She might be going through the jury instructions to see what is in there.
You can keep scrolling down. Past this. Just get.
All right, so what I'm going to say is, yes, the videos are evidence. You should weigh the defendant's statements as you would any other piece of evidence and give them whatever weight you deem appropriate. But first, then I'll go and I'll read the electronic communications and the humane practice. That covers it.
I don't have a principled objection to it if the court adds the word "if any,"
I understand.
because I don't want them to think, for instance, the way that it's worded as the Commonwealth suggested it, they have to weigh it the same way they weigh other pieces of evidence. Every single piece of evidence is weighed in and of itself. It's individual to the piece of evidence that's presented. For instance, they could weigh the statements by Ms. Reed. They could give it no weight. Each individual juror could decide, I'm going to dispatch it altogether and give it no weight, while giving another piece of evidence, like whatever that might be, the testimony of one of the ARCA witnesses, complete weight. I think that we need to stress that the clips bear no additional weight, no additional gravity than anything else that they've considered. And the only way to do that is, very simply, you give this the weight, if any, that you decide is appropriate. It doesn't, I think, comparing it and contrasting to other pieces of evidence in the case, it's unnecessary, and it tends to suggest they have to give it weight.
Okay, so your objection's noted. Now, let's get to the third one.
She agreed and then
Does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge? What do you want to say, Mr. Jackson?
Your Honor, I appreciate the effort that the court went to amend the verdict slip as it relates to count 2, and I think there are some excellent suggestions by the court in the verdict slip. By and large, I think question number 3 is answered by the amendments in the verdict slip. So we certainly could say something like, does convicting guilty, the question was, quote, does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge? The answer is no, obviously. And perhaps we could formulate an answer that says something along the lines of, no, new verdict slips have been provided that will make it more clear, or something of that nature. As well as a decision of guilty on the OUI charge 002, number 5, is an explicit acquittal on the higher charges in offense 002, which is a proper statement of the law. And then there are suggestions that we have regarding the edits that the court has made to the verdict slip. And I'm happy to go over those with you and put those on the record.
Okay, go ahead.
With regard to going from the top to the bottom, just under number 1, number 1 reads, not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense. We would propose that the court add the consistent language that it's added throughout the verdict slip. If you, quote, if you find the defendant not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense, comma, stop and sign the verdict slip, period. That's the only place that that language doesn't appear, and I think it should appear.
Okay.
The second is a relatively minor issue. However, under number 2, sub 2, the parenthetical check one or both of the following, I think it should say, just to clarify it further, if guilty, comma, check one or both of the following.
All right, I think I'm going to leave it because it appears only under the guilty.
It appears only on,
Under the guilty. So go ahead, I'll hear you further.
going further, going under number 3, toward the bottom of the page, in the parenthetical that the court suggested, which we find is excellent, if you find the defendant guilty of the lesser offense
Okay,
of involuntary manslaughter, we would simply add that clause.
so we'd have to add it in all of them,
Correct.
which makes sense. I think
Correct.
we had it in the first one.
Right.
Okay,
And then moving to page 2, at the top of the page under sub 4, again.
hold on one second.
Of course.
Oh.
Okay,
We had the same suggestion. It appears that the court is not inclined to give it. If guilty, check one or both of the following, and there's a typo. It says the
and we
parenthetical says
fixed it.
check one of. Okay.
Yes, so we changed of to or.
So my only suggestion to that would be to, again, add the if guilty, comma, check one or both of the following.
Okay,
On that page, going down to the bolded parenthetical, same thing. If you find the defendant guilty of the lesser offense of motor vehicle homicide.
okay.
Moving down under sub 5, the
We still
OUI.
need to say stop and sign the verdict slip.
Oh, boy.
Right, after the word stop and sign the verdict slip.
Yeah,
I think we're going to get a verdict.
And then under sub 5, again, the same thing. We just suggested that for consistency that it say, if guilty, check one of the following of the both. And the final edit would be in the final parenthetical, the last sentence. If you find, I think her should be
Yeah.
changed to the defendant.
Should.
If you find the defendant not guilty on this offense and all other offenses, check the first box on page 1.
okay.
And those are the edits that we have suggested for the verdict
All
slip.
right. Mr. Brennan?
I don't have any disagreement with the edits.
Okay,
The idea of instructing them on the nuance of selecting one guilty or not guilty, I don't think needs to be explained. I think with the edits, this proposed instruction explains it. Yes.
all right. Would
I
I,
don't have any issue with if you state, if you decide on a lesser included offense, it does not include the earlier offense. And I'm not sure of the exact language that can be. I don't think that's necessary, but that is something I wouldn't have an objection to. But I think the form that you filled it out with the edits is going to be sufficient for them to follow.
what do you think about the defendant's position that, if you were to find her guilty of operating under the influence, Mr. Jackson said explicit acquittal. I don't like that language. I think if you find it, it means you have found her not guilty of each of the others.
That would be fine with us.
I think it's better if you find her guilty of any lesser included offense. It would not include the higher offense.
All right.
I think that's just confusing.
So what I planned on doing was bringing them out and giving them each a copy of the amended verdict slip, explaining that it really is consistent with the jury instructions I gave them, but walking them through it. So we start from the top and then explain, if you find the defendant guilty, you're done. Stop, sign the verdict slip, and let the court officer know you have a verdict or something.
I prefer that.
Yeah, I think I'll walk them through it like we do in civil cases.
I don't have any objection to that. The only other thing is the digital instruction.
Yes.
We don't believe that it's necessary. I don't think that we should reemphasize that, and we're not asking for it.
All right, so you're waiving it?
We're waiving it.
Okay.
Yes,
All
thank
right,
you.
I will do humane instruction, humane practice instruction. So I need 5 minutes, and Tori, your computer, to amend this if we can, and we'll make copies, so we'll bring the jurors. Let them know that we'll be bringing them in shortly, Tony. All right, thank you.
Rise.
Okay. She needs 5 minutes to make those few things. Okay, so they have gone through, because now, if they had done this yesterday, but okay, let me behave. They've gone through now and they are making some amendments to that verdict slip to make it more understandable, because it was confusing. Who could have predicted? Oh, wait, all of us? All of us? Is that who predicted? Is that okay? So they are going to make some amendments to that. And at the end of it, if they make it to the end, since there's nothing at the end, then it's like, okay, well, now what? They're going to put the instruction, if you find not guilty to all, check the box on page 1 that said not guilty, of that or the lessers. Because that was part of it. It said, she said, start from the bottom and work your way down. But if you start from the bottom and work your way down, and then you get down to the bottom and there's not guilty of anything, then you have to go back up to the top. But this is amazing. This is amazing. All right. It sounds like we are going to have a verdict today. Let's do a poll. The time of the OUI, the instruction is going to be, you have the evidence. Remember, you are the fact finders. Hank wants it to be 12:45, but you can't really give them a time if there's no time in the indictment. So they are going to say, you have the evidence. Remember, you are the fact finders. The second part, the video clips are evidence. How should we consider them? He asked for it to be, whatever weight, if any, and Bev said that was fine. Then Hank was like, I don't want that on there. And so now she has changed her mind on that and says that his objection is noted. But whatever. We already did this poll this morning, yes, but things have just changed dramatically since now we have these specific jury questions. And then, of course, the third one, clearing it up. If convicting her of the OUI, does convicting her of the OUI mean that she is convicted of all the rest of, like, the higher one of the count 2? And the answer is no. And they're giving them new verdict forms that will make it more clear. And saying that guilty on the OUI is acquittal on the higher charge of the second offense. I feel like I feel like we're about to get acquittals. Oh, okay. Let's all breathe. What are we thinking? How are we feeling? I can't, like, I literally can't breathe. Yeah, the jury, they're going to bring the jury in. I can't breathe. They're going to bring the jury in. Who, if anyone, is sick right now? I can't get my leg to stop bouncing. Yeah, I can't stop wiggling my toes. The thing is, if they all unanimously agree that there was no impact, or that an impact was not proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then the only charge that is left is this one. And that's why I think it seems like can you clarify for me, how can they convict her of an OUI if all of the offenses seem to have to do with his death? The OUI is the only one that doesn't. They added that as a lesser included. It wasn't on there last time. This is the only charge on there that has nothing to do with an impact of her car hitting him. How soon can jurors open up and talk about the case to the public? As soon as they want to. As soon as they are released from... Oh. I'm still processing. As soon as the judge releases them and thanks them for their service, they're free to do whatever they want. And I cannot wait for that. The two options under 5, hold on, I closed it out again. It's like one is specific and one isn't. Oops. I just hit the wrong button. Stop pressing buttons, Brandi. One's like, if you agree that it was like over 0.08 or something like that. Let's see. 0.08 or greater. So operating motor vehicle under the influence of liquor and or operating motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. So if you think that she was under the influence, or you think that they proved that she was under the influence and her BAC was 0.08 or greater. I'm being told there were 3 jury questions and it's posted everywhere else. Yes, we just went through them all. If they find charge 2, it will be just like first jury on charge 1 and 3, not guilty. I agree. They just need to choose not guilty across the board. I don't think they're going to get hung on this. I don't think so either. I think that also keep in mind that jurors may be more open to change their minds on ones that are less like that. You know what I mean? I think it's like, I think people tend to stand very firm in their bigger ones that have more of an impact to the outcome of them. Like if you know that you truly believe something for, you know, somebody who's going to potentially spend their life in prison, you're not as easily swayed to change your mind on those. I think that having something like this, jurors have more of an open mind to hear other perspectives. And I don't think that they would have wanted to sit through 2 months of trial to tell them we are hung up on a DUI, so we can't come to terms with that. I think that they would want to, I think they would easier compromise on that one. Is admission enough to convict if there is no blood test? Well, that's the thing is it makes me curious how much they paid attention during that part, because the, if you paid attention to, or if they paid attention to the actual science behind all of that stuff, then they'll know that that's such a wild range and it's based on so many things. And it's basically just like, hey, we're just going to guess here. We're going to do some, you know, estimates based on the normal population. And we're just going to assume maybe you stop drinking around this time and maybe you process alcohol like this. And maybe, you know, you have to assume so many things to get that number. If they paid attention to that, then there's no way they can convict on that, right? Especially because you have that's pretty much junk. And then you have like Karina Kolakithis, like, no, I wasn't even worried about her driving. I talked to her the entire night. That holds so much more weight than all of those guesses. But where the question may come in is, like I said, that one clip, which is, I'm assuming, why they're asking about it. So wild. Who, if anyone, listened to the podcast episode this morning when it released? Because I said that in the podcast episode. I literally said in the podcast episode this morning that I don't think that there should be any convictions, but if there are, it is going to be because the jury is confused on the DUI because of the clip of her saying it. I got halfway through it. I was fuming with the compilation of Hank misleading. We'll finish at lunch. Yeah, that part. When you put it all together. "13th Juror Podcast." It's available anywhere you get your podcast. Apple Music, Spotify, Audible, Amazon. Everywhere. I didn't realize how much Hank repeats questions. He was badgering them, and she allowed it. Everyone's coming back. Saying Hank was badgering them is an insult to all badgers kind. True. Touche. All right. So, hi, babe. Thank you. If they're coming in now, they're going to answer these questions. I think they will go back and it will take them maybe an hour. Just to work all that out. It'll be almost lunchtime. So I think shortly after lunch. If I had to guess. They got to get their ham sandwich. Who is Chat Daddy? That's my husband. The chat has nicknamed him Chat Daddy. Not gonna lie, if I was a juror, I'd be pissed about the "you are the fact finder" answer. I'd be like, what does that mean? What is that? How can you prove OUI with no time frame? That's insane. I think that that's part of why this may end in an acquittal as well. Everybody's in the courtroom now. We're just waiting. Ah, I'm so anxious. Chad Daddy, you might get your darling bride back today. Then off you go, honeymoon time. We have not had a honeymoon because we got married the first week of trial, of jury selection. So we're planning to do like our actual wedding in April so that we can hopefully do a honeymoon, because our honeymoon has been Karen Reed trial. That's been our honeymoon. Wonder where they get their lunch from. D&E Pizza. Just joking. I made that up. My cat is coughing up a hairball. Track that cat. Was she ever arrested for OUI? No. And was not even charged with it until this trial when it was added as a lesser included. Wild, right? What's your anniversary? I'm getting married 4/4/26. 4/4. We got married on 4/4/25, and we're doing our actual wedding on 4/4/26. Yes, David G. The time of 12:45 was bogus and provided. That was just the estimate they gave.
All right.
They wanted them to do the extrapolation for.
All right, so we can bring the jurors over. Tori, do you have those? So Tony will take those. All right, so I'll take, thank you. Tori, how many did you make?
They are bringing the jury back in now to give them those answers that they just agreed on. And then they'll send them back to continue their deliberations. Ah. Who, if anyone, is excited to not have to hear Hank Brennan anymore? I'm not a fan. Everybody's like, me. Me. Everyone nodded affirmatively.
Court, please, jurors entering.
This trial has ruined us all. I asked Chat Day this morning, I was like, I want to go. There's this one place that we like going. I was like, when this trial's over, I want to go there. It's like a rooftop place or whatever. And like, I was like, I want to go there and have supper, have a glass of wine. And he was like, I'll allow it. But I need to be heard. This trial ruined us all.
Let's back in session, you may be seated.
All right, jurors, we're in receipt of your question. We've been working on making sure that the answers we give you are the right ones, so it's taken us a while. So the first question, what is the time frame for the OUI charge? Offense 002, Section 5, OUI at 12:45 or OUI at 5 a.m.? The answer to that question is that you folks have all the evidence. And remember, it's only you who decide the facts in this case. All right, that's the answer to that question. You are the fact finders. The second question, are video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? How can we consider them? Yes, the videos are evidence. You should weigh the defendant's statements in the videos as you would any other piece of evidence and give them whatever weight you deem appropriate. But first, before you may consider any such statement, you're going to have to make a preliminary determination whether it can be considered as evidence. You may not consider any such statement in your deliberations for the truth of any such statement unless, from all the evidence in the case, the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant made the statement that she's alleged to have made and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. So that's the answer to that question. So for the third question, does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge? So with that, what I'm going to do is I have amended the verdict slip. It's the exact same verdict slip, and it's still consistent with the jury instructions I gave you, but it's a little bit easier for you to follow. And for purposes of going through this, we'll go through it together. And I've got a copy for each one of you, okay?
Going through it together as a family. I just think it's hilarious that they need clarification on this.
All right, so you'll see it really is the same verdict slip, but we've added a little bit of language to help you follow it through. So the first charge, manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. So first, in the above entitled case, we say the defendant is, 1, not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense. If you find the defendant not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense, stop and sign the verdict slip. Now, then you go on to guilty of the offense of as charged, manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. Check one or both of the following: manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor and/or manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. If you find the defendant guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, stop and sign the verdict slip. That means on each one, when you stop and sign the verdict slip, that means you have a verdict on this indictment. So stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, then continue below to the lesser included offense. And first, under 3 is involuntary manslaughter. If you find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter, stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of involuntary manslaughter, then continue to the next page. Guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI liquor, and negligence. And you have to check one or both of the following: motor vehicle homicide under the influence of liquor and/or motor vehicle homicide by operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. If you find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI liquor, and negligence, stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of motor vehicle homicide under the influence of liquor, then continue below to the guilty of the lesser included offense operating under the influence. And you check one or both of the following: operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor and/or operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. If you find the defendant guilty of operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, then stop. If you find the defendant guilty, you stop and you sign the verdict slip. If you find the defendant not guilty on this offense and all other offenses, check the first box on page 1. And remember, your decision must be unanimous. All right, does that make it any clearer, hopefully? All right, so with that, I am going to send you back out.
Before the jurors are sent up, maybe some-
Sure, why don't you come on over?
Okay, look, so if this is not exact, but just to kind of give you an idea of all of this stuff she's reading. So it's like if you find not guilty of the offense charged, then if you find this, then stop and sign the verdict slip. Or if you find not guilty here, if not guilty, stop and sign verdict slip. Okay, then let me move this over here so you can actually see it. So that's kind of what it's doing. If you find it, like, and then if they go on to the next one, guilty of offenses charged, whatever. So then they decide on that one. And then it says,
I heard myself say this, and I'm glad counsel told me I did. So if you go back and look at the form after 4, if you find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI liquor, and negligence, stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of motor vehicle homicide under the influence of liquor, then continue below. I think I said, then find, I don't know what I said. I heard myself read the guilty of the lesser included offense. So if you find her not guilty of motor vehicle homicide under the influence of liquor, then you continue to decide whether the Commonwealth has proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt that she's guilty of operating under the influence of liquor. And if they have not, and if you find the defendant not guilty on this offense and all other offenses, then you go back and check the first box. So you follow it from the top to the bottom in this manner. Okay? Thank you very much. We're going to release you.
All right, to the court, please. Jurors, follow me.
okay, so if 326. All right, so if they get to this part, for each of them, they basically added on this. So then that way, instead of like getting confused.
Jury's exited the courtroom, please be seated.
Are you satisfied, Mr. Yannetti?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I'm going to ask everybody to stay a few minutes. I'll be back out in about 5 minutes.
Good, all right.
What you coming back for, Bev? What you coming back for, Bev? So now it tells them if like so you can stop. If you find her guilty of this, then you can stop right here. If you find her not guilty of this one, then you can move on to the next one. If you find guilty, stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find not guilty, go on to the next one. And then when they get to the end, to the last one, then it says, if you find her not guilty of this one, then go back to the very first box and check that one. Whew. Super clearish. Totally. Totes, my goats. All right, let's see. Clear as that lake you talked about yesterday, right? What are we thinking? How are we feeling? I think we're getting a verdict soon. Did she go talk to the jury? No, she sent the jury back to continue deliberating, and she said she's coming back in 5 minutes to talk to the attorneys. All right, the judge is coming back out now. They're having a sidebar. I'm not starting the clock yet, guys. They're not back deliberating yet. Hold on. Give me a second. We don't know what the time is because we don't know when they came out. Let me wait till I get the note that's gone by. I want to know why they're at sidebar. What are we doing? I don't like that they don't tell us things. I hope so. This is about to be wild. The verdict form or verdict slip isn't what says anything about the 29th. The verdict slip is just has the offense, murder in the second degree, manslaughter while operating motor vehicle under the influence, etc. It's the indictments that they were talking about that they were asking if they had the time on there. Watch Bev not accept the verdict. She has to. She might not like it. I think it'll take them, I think they will get back in there. They'll talk about this. Apparently some of the jurors had like concerned looks on their faces. Or like trying to focus looks on their faces. So I think they'll get back there, talk about it a little bit. I don't know. I think maybe an hour. Do they all just sit in the courtroom in silence while the jury deliberates? No, normally they're in here right now because they're the judge is dealing with these things and the attorneys and all that. But normally they're not in there. Normally they just have to be within 10 minutes of the courthouse. There is an only OUI charge. There is a manslaughter with OUI, but there is an only OUI, like as in the only thing on there is the OUI. And that's the one that they're discussing.
You do Friday?
All right.
Judge wants everybody back at 1:30.
All right, so we'll see everybody at 1:30. And
Are we spiraling? Are we spiraling? Judge Canoni was just laughing with Yannetti at the sidebar. Interesting. Are I'm assuming it might be lunch, but everyone loves you, Nettie. If we get a verdict today, will we have some type of debrief with you tomorrow? Maybe. The juror foreman looked at Karen's parents and smiled. There's almost 5,000 of us in here staring at a fan. So there's that. Change my banner? Why? It's changed. Jury questions answered. All 3 questions were about the OUI charge. Jury's now back to deliberating. Did I miss something? I don't think I missed something. Why so many officers? I think they think it might get a little crazy today. Oh, you were behind. I was like, did I miss something? Grateful to trauma bond with y'all. Chloe's sister said, Brandi, you're on almost every computer screen in my office. Everyone is invested. Are y'all all spiraling too? Yeah, she said, see you back at 1:30. So they're supposed to come back in at 1:30. But she didn't specifically say if it's lunch, and nobody in the courtroom specifically said that it's lunch. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if it's, I don't know. Who, if anyone, could eat during this? What's in my hair? I feel something in my hair. Oh, it's a tangle. I don't think I brushed my hair very good this morning. Why are we back at 1:30? Don't we just wait for the jury to deliberate and call us back when they're ready? Normally, so I am not sure why we need to be back at 1:30. So this is great for Karen Reid. I think so. It's unclear if they are deliberating and eating. That's what it sounds like, because they told the jury that they can deliberate through lunch if they want to, or they can take a luncheon recess. So it's unclear if they're doing it, but we're keeping it going because we're going to assume, especially because they're asking this. So I'm going to assume that it's because they're asking that because they're going to keep working because they're very close, because they were asking those questions because they're close. Jason, I'm so unproductive today. Oh. I had to step out. What I miss? Everything. The jurors are back to deliberating. They answered the questions. What timestamp do I go back to? How much did you miss? Which part did you miss? I don't know how long you've been gone. The questions came in at 2 hours into the stream. They came back in court. After a short recess at 2.5 hours into the stream. And then Bev answered the questions at 3 hours and 15 minutes into the stream. And then the jury was sent back again. And now we've all been spiraling starting around 3 hours and 20 minutes into the stream. So the last 18 minutes have just been us spiraling along with OnlyFan here. "10 years from now, where were you when Karen Reed was found not guilty of manslaughter?" Verdict came in. You know, it's funny you say that, because I think about the OJ trial when the OJ verdict came in. And I remember it's the weirdest thing, because I have that specific memory of the OJ verdict coming in. And I remember the verdict being read, and they like kind of stuttered saying his name. And I don't know why, but that has always stuck with me. I was in like middle school, but that has always stuck with me when they were reading that verdict, and they were like, Orenthal and Jane Simpson. And she like kind of tripped up on her words during the Orenthal. And I specifically remember that. And every time I've ever thought about, you know, a verdict, my very first like waiting on a verdict, that's the one. And I don't know why I specifically remember that thing, but I do every single time. Which is weird, right? I remember Casey Anthony when that one came in too. I was at my grandmother's house when that one came in, and I remember, we were all mad. My stomach is still in knots. I feel like we are going to have a verdict today. And I feel like it's going to be very soon. OJ slow chase made me miss Goof Troop. I was so bad. I was 8 during that police chase. I don't remember how old I was, but I do remember where I was. We had Mama, I know you're watching. It was the house on Broadneck's Mill, and we were sitting on that braided rug. My mom and dad were watching it, and me and my brother were sitting on that braided rug in the living room watching the Bronco. You knew me when I lived in Dayton? Oh boy. Dayton wasn't bad, except for, man, those winters are so cold. I had to get back down south. Ohio fall and spring and summer are beautiful, but winters are 6 months long and cold. Oh, Jennifer, we can do a poll for that. Let's see. If only convicted of OUI, will Bev give Karen jail time? We'll say no. We'll say yes, but not. We'll say yes, but less than 1 year. And then we'll say yes, less than 2 years. And then we'll say yes, max of 2.5 years. We'll see what y'all say. Do you think that hitting John O'Keefe car backing out is enough to convict her on an OUI? No, I don't think there's enough to convict her of an OUI. And the only thing I've gone back to is that if they use her own words, that could be the only way that they may convict her of that. But see, to me, I don't know. I think Massachusetts does separate sentencing. Yeah, if it was me, could I convict for an OUI? No, because we don't know. It's not a moral certainty for me. It's like, okay, we do know that she drank some. She said that she wasn't as sharp as she normally is. But then you have everybody who's like, no, she wasn't acting drunk at all. There's also not a time for it. And here we are 3.5 years later talking about a DUI. Yes, it would be her first offense. And first offense, and that's the thing. It's like when I was looking at all of this, the first offense for OUI very, very rarely involves jail time. She said, y'all are stressing me out. Weren't they all drunk? Yeah, everybody there was drinking. I think that's... Eric Gleason says, I have to go to the bathroom, but I'm afraid to walk away. I know, I was just thinking the same thing. I was like, I need to get up and move. Well, see, that's what they were doing. So Tyler says, if they do charge for OUI, can't they use her levels from the morning after and backtrack to determine her levels? Wasn't she still over the legal limit when she went back to the scene? The thing is, they didn't take her blood until 9 o'clock. And then it wasn't taken in a forensically sound environment. It was taken in the hospital, which is 2 different protocols. And then they did the retrograde extrapolation to try to backtrack and figure out what it was. But there's so many things that you have to assume in that situation to the point where you can't get an actual accurate reading on that. So, they tried, but it's even the Massachusetts State Police are like, yeah, this isn't, this isn't how we do things. We can't say that this is what do they call it? Basically they can't sign off on it. They're like, we can give you this guess, but this isn't how we do things. It wasn't done in a state lab the way that it's done forensically. It's 2 different protocols for the hospital and for the Massachusetts State Police. Do you think Karen will move from the Boston area if found not guilty? I don't know. I mean, she's not in Canton, which I think is important. But keep in mind, she didn't live in Canton anyway. She's always been the outsider there. So I don't know. She might go back to Mansfield. or maybe Dighton. Don't think she'll be in Canton. Don't think there's much of anybody she wants to see in Canton. Okay, I'm going to take a quick break. I've been sitting in this chair for 4 hours straight. Actually, technically longer. So I'm going to take a little break. I will be right back, and we can continue spiraling together. But I'll leave all of this up. I'm giving y'all warning. Oh yeah, 3:30. Koberger hearing. 3:30 Eastern. Does my ham and cheese lunchable count as a ham sandwich? Well, $3:30 for a Koberger hearing. I'll miss those spontaneous sneak ups. We can just meet every day and I can sneak up on y'all. And we'll watch a fan together. For old time's sake. What are we thinking? How are we feeling? Here, Tinsley. Good girl. Here, Whoosh. Good girl. Good girl. Me and the dogs share lunch. They just feel a lot more comfortable when we do everything together, including eat my lunch. Yeah, they're coming back at 1:30. You should play the hear ye when you come back in. Yes. That or the screaming goat. I think this is. Hold on. I think this is making me glitch. Hold on. Let me refresh. Try this again. I'm going to stop the timer because I think that's what's making me glitchy. Either that or StreamYard. I never know. Oh. One time I had my earbuds in when you went to lunch and forgot. You said hi, and I looked around my house, thought someone was in my house. If Karen is found not guilty, do you think the Commonwealth will charge anyone else? No. Nope, I don't. The judge told them that she wanted them to come back at 1:30. So can she appeal the OUI conviction if they find her guilty on that charge? Yes. If I was a juror and got that answer about the time for the OUI, I would have said, F it, not guilty. If you can't tell me what time, I'm out. Well, yeah, because I mean, if you look at the evidence, let's think about that. They asked for the extrapolation for 12:45, right? They just turned off the light. At 12:45, based on all their evidence, Karen wasn't home. I mean, Karen was at home. She wasn't driving. So if it's at 5, maybe that would be a DUI. But nobody said anything about 5. Which actually, if we probably should have let Hank Brennan have his way with the specifying 12:45 thing, because if they're trying to charge her with the DUI for 12:45, we already know she was at home at 12:45. Yeah, if the power went out, we would have lost our feed. Chat daddy and daughter join us for verdict. I think she's at work. She's not here. Do you think they would try her again? I don't think it's going to be a hung jury based on their questions. You're going to play heads up, 7-up. Brandi for mayor. I don't want to be mayor. I don't want all that responsibility. Unless I could be like, no, I still wouldn't want it. Maybe like HOA president. No, I still don't want that either. I don't want to have to deal with all those people. Brandi for governor. My husband is HOA president. You definitely don't want that job. I sure don't. I sure don't. Here, Tins. Want some cheese? Good girl. Loose. Want some cheese? Good girl. Oh, you're such good girls. The cheese tax. Karen Reed is acquitted. Will or should the O'Keefes still move ahead with the civil trial? They will still move ahead with the civil trial because they, based on what they've said in their interviews, they believe that she's guilty. 99.9% of the time, the families believe what the prosecutors are telling them. Oh, have you considered covering Stephen Stearns? Stephen Stearns. He makes me so mad. That's near us. Yeah. Ugh. I don't know. Maybe. That one makes me so mad. Cheese. Loose. Cheese. Good girls. One more. Here. Here. One more. Here you go. I think about going to Stephen Stearns' trial. Her name is Lucy. I call her Luce. Or Lucy. Or Woosey Woo. Gosh. Guys with the weed whackers are back. And then there's Tinsley. Hold on. You can see if you can. Can you see Tinsley? She stays right here. She's a sweet girl. She's a sweet, sweet girl. When Lucy is bad, I call her Louise. When mine's bad, I call her Lucifer. Can we just have you on to listen to every day and you can give us all the current news on different trials? I listen while I work and just take it all in. What are we going to do without you? Well, you'll still have the verdict, the podcast every week after the verdict. So there'll be those. And then we'll be back for I use my dog's middle names. Yeah. Like, and do you ever have like those dogs that have like 17 names? We had Duke and it was like Sir Ducus Aurelius the 7th of Bridgerton or something like. My mom's dog is Randy Bud Rogers. Let me see. Why do they care about an OUI? They're trying to convict on manslaughter, right? They threw that one in there as a lesser included. Yeah, they're coming back. They're supposed to be coming back on the record at 1:30. The questions that were asked. The third one, well, the first one was the time of the OUI. If it was 12:45 or 5 a.m. The second one was, are video clips considered evidence? And if so, how do we consider them? And then the third one was, if they convict her on the OUI, does that mean that it convicts on the overall charge? It's wild though, because I was when I was thinking about these charges, I'm thinking like, okay, based on the evidence and trying to really separate what we've heard before and what we heard on this trial. And that was one of the things that I was trying to separate, is like, okay, what have they heard? And based on what they've heard, what, if anything, would they potentially convict on, right? And when I was looking, I was like, the only one that I think that they may get hung up on is the DUI one because of that clip. But with the answer from Auntie Bev coming back as, you are the finders of fact, and we're not giving you a specified time frame, perhaps that means that they will just acquit on that one as well. Buzz is a lot different than being drunk, but the way that it's worded is intoxicated under, like driving while intoxicated or under the influence of liquor or something like that. Which would be wild if they went through. Could you imagine going through two-month trials for a DUI, OUI? That would be wild. Prosecution's on their way. Here we go. They're coming back at 1:30 on the record. They're in there. Most of them are in there now. OUI is operating under the influence. Making sure I turn all my notifications back on. That would be a very expensive OUI. Podcast episode was so good. Thank you. It was wild seeing all of the Hank stuff together, wasn't it? Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe are there. Paul is there. Jury has another question. Yannetti and Alessi are delayed. I'm on vacation. Family wants to go float the river, but I can't leave jury duty. It's messing with all of our schedules, isn't it? No.
Please be seated. Court is in session.
All right, so I'll see you at sidebar so we don't do this part in open court.
I wanted it to be an open court.
Jim, can I have that question, please? Thank you. All right, so as council knows, we received a question from the jurors. If we find not guilty on 2 charges but can't agree on 1 charge, is it a hung jury on all 3 charges or just 1 charge? I got some input from the defense at sidebar, essentially saying if we could just ignore it. We can't ignore it. To me, it's a theoretical question, and we don't answer theoretical questions. I tell the jurors that they're not to be concerned with the consequences of their verdict, and that's exactly what they're doing here. So I would propose just writing simply, this is not a question I can answer on this and sending it back.
What?
The defense position is not certainly not for it. I don't think I agree. We can't ignore your question. However, I think that it is apropos, given the timing of when that question came in, literally before
You can't do
the court
that.
had answered the other 3 note card questions. I think that it would be appropriate to send a quick note just asking them, given the fact that there's been clarity in your other questions, does this answer your question? In other words, can you proceed without any further input by the court regarding that second question?
So that made sense initially, but why ask them, do I really need to answer it to then tell them I'm not answering it?
Because I think at some point, they need to know what the law is. It's a reporting question. In other words, I don't see it as theoretical, as the court indicated. I see it a little bit differently, which is what are our options? And the options are built in the law, not in theory. If they come back with a verdict on more than 1 count, but they're hung on a separate count, they are to report those 2 counts, whatever counts they came to a verdict on.
So that's for a later time, right? So this is at this point.
Right.
It's premature, it's hypothetical, it's theoretical. I understand your point. I think I disagree with you at this point. It may be something later. The way the question's worded, if I find this, if we do this. I'll hear from the Commonwealth.
We agree it's consequence related. Your first suggestion, I think, is most appropriate, and
Shut up,
we
Hank.
endorse that.
Yeah. I'm going to do that at this time, Mr. Jackson. I'm not going to have a back and forth with them. I'm simply going to say, because it's true, it's the law, that this is not a question I can answer.
That's
I would
bullshit.
strongly suggest that we find some other way.
Yes.
If that question continues to remain, then they're not going to ask that question. I don't think the court can say, or should say, I can't answer the question, because the court can answer that question.
Yes.
The court absolutely can answer it. I would simply say, this question is not before the court without further information, or something like that. Not the court can't answer that question, because if that question remains in their minds, we're going to end up in the exact same position that we were in last year.
There are other steps that can be taken to perhaps prevent that.
Jeff,
Whatever
come
you say
on,
the steps
dude.
are, I think the first step down the wrong path is to say, throw our hands up and say, well, we can't answer that question. Well, we know we can answer it.
So I don't know if I want to put you in an uncomfortable position. Ms. Giannetti, I'm inclined to answer the question the way I stated.
Could we have 2 minutes to confer with counsel, Your Honor?
1 minute.
How about 1 minute? You guys are 10 minutes late.
We just need 1 minute. Thank you.
10 minutes late. It's only 1:37. They were 2 minutes late. Allegedly. How can you say this is not a question we can answer? That's BS. Yes, it is. And if, oh my gosh, if she ends up putting them in this, if we have a third trial because of Bev being Bev, I am going to flip my shit. This is wild. This is crazy. So what we know is they are not guilty on counts 1 and 3 based on that question. Count 1's the big one.
Your Honor, just with a very slight tweak with the court's language, I don't have a principled objection to the court's language that we not answer the question at this time. I would simply ask that the court answer the question as you suggested just now in open court. It's premature to address this question at this time.
No. What do you say, Mr. Brennan? My response was, this is not a question I can answer for the reasons I stated. It's theoretical, and we tell jurors that they cannot be concerned with the consequences of their verdict, and that's exactly what you would be asking me to endorse. What's the Commonwealth's position on the proposed?
I agree with your first suggestion.
Yeah. I'm going to send it in like this. Your objection's noted.
Your Honor, if I could make my record a little bit clearer, the court's indicating that it doesn't answer questions about the consequences of the juror's verdict. That would be punishment. Of course you can't answer a question like that. This is not the consequences of the verdict, it's how do they report a verdict. So I think saying, I can't answer this is sending a false message to the jury.
It's the
If
same
court
thing
would
as last
simply
year.
indicate, this is not appropriate for me to address at this time, that assuages all concerns. Certainly assuages our concerns and it protects Ms. Reed's rights. I think that
Well, I think what I could add is this is a theoretical question, not a question I can answer.
At
That
this
does
time,
the same
at
thing.
least if
Is there an
the court-
objection? I understand, Mr.
if the court
Jackson.
could add the clause at this time.
Is there an objection to me putting, this is a theoretical question, not a question I can answer?
No objection.
Oh my gosh. Y'all, this is nuts.
Allow the court to finish writing, but at this point, that is over our objection. I don't.
I understand.
I just want to make sure the record is absolutely clear. That's over our objection. I don't think that's an appropriate answer to a very, very clear question that could be answered in an innocuous way that does not affect Ms. Reed's rights. I think
Okay.
This way it does.
Okay, it was a clear question that the defense first told me to ignore. So,
I didn't
Is
tell
that-
you to ignore anything, Your Honor.
all right, we are all set, so let's send this in, please.
All rise.
Oh. This is wild. It's like she wants this to be as confusing as possible. It's like she wants. It's like she's hearing, "Oh, y'all are going to acquit her on those 2 charges. Let me make it as cloudy and muddy as possible." Saying that's not a question we can answer. Yes, it effing is. Yes, it effing is. That's wild. That's wild. Okay. So it looks like this heifer, I'm telling you, this heifer. Oh. Let me get my, because if I try to explain it right now, I'm going to use a whole bunch of word and like sentence enhancers and colorful words. So let me just. One more time. Okay. So the jury has asked the question, if we agree on her being not guilty on 2 charges and we are hung on the other, which would obviously be the DUI because that's the one that they're arguing about, right? Does that mean it's hung on all? So we are now in the same position that we were in last year, where the jury has found her not guilty of counts 1 and 3. We called that. And they are hung on the second one. And they are trying to agree on that one. And now they're wanting to know if we have already found her guilty or not guilty of those 2, and we're hung on this one, or we can't agree on this one. Does that mean that it's hung on all of them? And she wants to tell them, I can't answer that question. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. That's your job. That's your job, bro. That's your job. If the jury has a question, this is not a question that's like, this is wild. It's not theoretical. It's not like she's like, oh, it's a hypothetical. It's theoretical. It's not this. It's not that. Why not just, you don't have to give them like a detailed, paragraph about anything. Just let them know something. Let them know something. It's like Jackson said, like, let them know, like, it's premature to address this at this time. What is wrong with saying that? If Hank would have asked for that, she'd have said yes. But Jackson asked for it, so she says no. That's my opinion. Here's the thing, though. Let's think rationally. Now we know, based on that question, what we had already kind of assumed the first go round. Now we know that that she is likely being acquitted on counts 1 and 3, right? Count 1 is the biggest one. So being able to now have that read out, now the defense pretty much knows where they're going with this, right? So there's no way that the defense, I don't think there's any way they can let it be. Oh gosh. See, here's what I'm worried about. Remember last year, the jury was like, well, yeah, we agreed on 1 and 3, but we thought that unless we could agree on all 3 charges, that we didn't have a verdict. They're asking the same thing. They're confused about the same thing. They're not worrying about the consequence of it. They're asking the same thing that the jury was confused about last time. She's putting us, if she doesn't answer this, she's putting us in the same situation to go through all of this again. Can you imagine Karen Reed being acquitted on second-degree murder twice and having to go through a 3rd trial because of the same judge? What? The answer is it will only be hung if she refuses to answer and they don't fill out the 1st and the 3rd because they think that they have to agree on all 3. Because that's what happened last year. And she's about to let it happen again. If they have agreed on not guilty for counts 1 and 3, they fill those out and they turn those in. If they are hung on only the 2nd, then that's what they have. That's the one that would be hung. And if they are hung on a DUI charge, it means that they have already unanimously agreed that she is not guilty of manslaughter while operating under the vehicle, and it means that she could likely be tried for it again anyway. Because of how those verdict slips are. Count 3 is leaving the scene of an accident causing death. Count 1 is the second-degree murder. Count 2 is the manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of alcohol, and that's the one that has all the lesser includeds. My heart is beating out of my chest. They could potentially retry her because of this verdict slip and how it's done. They could potentially hang on a DUI and then retry her for manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of alcohol, even though the jury has unanimously agreed that she is not guilty of that. The DUI that she wasn't even indicted for, yes. I don't want to rewind in case something happens, but if y'all want to rewind, you can rewind on here. I think that it has to be no, this is not normal. No. If they are hung on the DUI, let me pull the verdict slip back up. I'll show you. This is the original, but it's all the counts are the same. Okay, the first one, not guilty of second-degree murder, no problem. The second one, the one that has all the lesser included, is the one that they've said was going to be confusing. Remember yesterday or the day before, whenever it was, I can't remember. When we were talking about, I was saying if you stop, okay, you start at the top, and they've added the words in to now try to make it clearer. But the second offense is manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. They all unanimously agree she is not guilty of that. So they move on to the next one. Manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. If you have, oh, that's the first one. You go to the second one. If that's the top one, you go to the second one, guilty of lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter. They had to have agreed that that one's not guilty. So they go to not guilty as in acquittal, right? Acquittal. That's what not guilty is. It means you were acquitted and you should not be charged on it again. Or tried on it again. If they go to guilty of the lesser included offense, motor vehicle, homicide, felony, OUI, liquor, and negligence, they agree not that one, not guilty, acquitted. Now here they are, having all unanimously agreed that she is not guilty of any of these, but they're hung up on a DUI. And if they are hung up on a DUI, they don't have the option to say not guilty for this one, not guilty for this one, not guilty for this one. So if they are hung up on this one, that means that they are hung on all of this. If they are hung on the DUI, it means that the second count, which is the manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, would be considered a hung jury on that offense, and she could be tried for that one again. The DUI is not a separate charge on its own, no. These are all under the second offense. This up here where it says second offense, this is the second one. This is the count one was the murder in second degree. This is count two. Count three is leaving the scene of a motor vehicle causing death. As long as they get the verdict of not guilty on the record for counts 1 and 3, then she cannot be tried for those again. It would just be this one. But the thing that makes that frustrating is that for them to have even made it to the DUI part, that means that they have all unanimously agreed that none of the charges that involve her hitting John O'Keefe are valid. They have acquitted her of every single charge of her hitting John O'Keefe. And the only one that they're hung up on is the one lesser included that doesn't involve an accident or a hitting him or an impact or a collision. But if they hang on that one, because of the way that this verdict slip is, then that means that this one, even though they all unanimously agree, that she can be recharged for it or retried for it. If she sent back a note that says she can't answer a theoretical question, let's hope they come back and say we're decided on 2 and hung on 1. I hope so. I hope that like this is I think that the attorneys will fight very hard to get those answers on record. If they had changed the verdict form to the one that the defense wanted to use, then she would have an acquittal on every single thing. All of these and all of the lesser includeds other than the DUI, which means the only thing, the way that they had it written, where they had like the not guilty option on each of them, if it was able to be done that way, then the only thing they would be able to charge her again, or I keep saying charge, the only thing they'd be able to try her again for is the DUI. And obviously they're not going to go through all the trouble of that. So, but since the verdict form doesn't read like that, it's all or nothing on this one, on the second charge. They can get the first charge and the third charge read on the record so that those can be an acquittal and she can't be charged on those again. Yeah, if they're hung on the fifth one, the DUI, there's not an option to say not guilty of this and this and this and hung on this one. If they're hung on this one, then it means everything on that second charge. It would just be such a waste to it would be such a Can we give these jurors some credit? It's not that hard to figure out that if they want to only convict on DUI, then they check one or both. That's not the problem, though. The problem is them being hung on it. That's the problem. It's not about them being that they want to convict her on that. If they want to convict her on that, then yeah, it's an easier to read the way that they set it up. That's not the problem. The problem is they're asking what to do if they're hung on that one. And that's where the issue comes in, because you can't be hung on just that one. If you're hung on that one, it means the entire second offense and all the lesser includeds. So do the jurors just need to reword their question so it doesn't come across as hypothetical? Yeah, I think that, and that's what Jackson was saying. He wanted her to say, instead of saying, "Oh, I can't answer that question," he wanted her to say, like, it's, premature to address this at this time. So that way it's letting them know, okay, if this is hypothetical or this is whatever, we can't answer this at that time. So that way it pushes them into the situation where they're saying, oh, okay, well, then we have agreed on these two, but we don't agree on this one. Now what? So then that way it's on record that, they have agreed on those. That's why he wanted it worded that way. Because it's not like you have to do the kindergarten voice with them and tell them, this and this and this. But just letting them know you can't address it right now because it's premature to answer this, lets them know, instead of giving this as what Bev was calling a hypothetical, you can say, we have agreed on this one and this one. Instead of, what if we find her not guilty on this and this? Say, we found her not guilty on this and this, but we can't agree on this one. Now what? But also keep in mind, she won't just declare a mistrial right away. There's still Tui Rodriguez charge. There's still other options. So they may be able to, eventually come to agreement on that. Who knows? It makes me so mad, though, the way that Bev handles things. I don't like it. Oh man, if that verdict slip was different. I mean, I can put the clock up, but y'all know it's not accurate, right? Because nobody actually knows when they've been deliberating. Everybody's just kind of guessing. I can put it up. It was making everything glitch, but I can put it up. But I mean, it's just not. It's just kind of pointless. Because they're not giving us any information about if they're deliberating during lunch and if they're, how long when they stop to walk them over and how long they're waiting for that. And it's just. So I can put it up. It's just not accurate. Where is. Dang it. There you go. Is a higher court able to step in the middle of this due to Bev's conduct if they wanted to? Well, they've requested that, and they've requested for her to recuse herself. They requested the higher courts to intervene, and they went nowhere. Oh. Ask it differently, Mr. Four-Person. So they just dismissed the Colucci case because of a Brady violation. Dismissed without prejudice. Colucci was dismissed without prejudice. That's what, I mean, I'm looking at it right now. So it now has to go back to a grand jury. A Brady violation. Imagine that, a judge doing that over a Brady violation. A Brady violation is if there is exculpatory evidence that is not turned over for the trial. It's kind of like the Sallyport videos that weren't turned over. It's a South Carolina case. He owned like a jewelry store, right? For the death of his wife. He had a trial before, and it ended in a mistrial, right? And then today was the start of the trial, and they were in trial starting today, and they said there was information that was withheld. So trial, it's not going to happen now. Yeah, that's what they were saying. Hmm. Dismissed without prejudice means that the court case is dismissed. Like it's not, they're not doing anything else with it. It's going, but without prejudice means that they can try it again based on it going to the grand jury. They can refile the same charges, but it's a dismissal of the current case that's happening. If I have a heart attack from the stress of this, I want it noted. Dana, it is noted. We have it on the record. We blame Nikki for dragging you into this trial. A juror from the first trial, so Christina Rex posted on Twitter that the jury question, if we find not guilty on 2 charges but can't agree on 1 charge, is it a hung jury on all 3 charges or just 1 charge? And the a juror from the first trial said, yep, that's a great question. Hopefully they get it right this time. Same position we were in last year. Please don't ever cover another case in Massachusetts. What I'm saying is that if the jury thinks they must be unanimous on all to avoid being hung, then those that think she's guilty of DUI would let it go and vote not guilty. See, that's what I was saying earlier, because on those lesser charges, like if they give the Tui Rodriguez charge and stuff like that, like I think that on something like that, jurors are much more likely to be able to be persuaded than they would be in some of the bigger ones, because it's like, okay, are we really going to hang because, 2 of you think that we should charge her or convict her for DUI or whatever. So, I think that especially because let's say that they do say right now they're hung on that. She might tell them try again If they say they're still hung, she might then do the Tui Rodriguez charge. And then if they say they're still hung, then declare a hung jury for that one, but then get the other 2 verdicts on the record. But like I said earlier, I think that with something like that, if it's just the DUI, that the Tui Rodriguez charge might be able to have them more likely to try to come to an agreement. They have the opportunity to bring charges again, so it's not fully dismissed. Oh, are you talking about Colucci? Yeah, that's what dismissed without prejudice means. Jurors may be young, but they have heard their parents talking about the last trial. Did they just test the judge? What if they, that would be wild. Oh, you think you're the only gaslighter in this courtroom, Mr. Brennan? Hold my White Claw. Yeah, Alec Baldwin was dismissed with prejudice because of Brady. Yeah. And so that one is different because that one is like, it's dismissed with prejudice, which means they can't try that again. They can't refile the same charges and go through it again. That means that it's dismissed and it's over. The Colucci dismissal is dismissed without prejudice, which means the case that they are currently doing is dismissed, but they can refile and start a new case. But yeah, both for, that one's for the bullets, right? Regardless of how this goes, something has to be done about Bev. Isn't she getting ready to retire? Didn't I read that she was going to be retiring soon? So they can write in the slip, not guilty on 1 and 3. Yes, counts 1 and 3, but then leave 2, or do they have to agree on all 3 to fill out the paper correctly? I'm confused. No, they can do the not guilty on counts 1 and 3. So the first page and the third page, which is the second-degree murder and the leaving the scene of an accident causing death. So they can do not guilty on those. And then the second one, if they are unable to come to a conclusion on that one, and they can't all agree on that one, then that one would be the only hung charge. When were the x-rays turned over to the defense team? It had to be early on. They've had them because I wonder how did Brennan miss them? Or did he? I have questions about that whole situation. But like, did you hear Dr. Rentschler said that he had those x-rays from the beginning because he's like, yeah, they were in with the other x-rays, with the medical reports. And the date on them, I zoomed in to when they showed them on the screen, I zoomed in and looked, and that date says January 31st, which is when his autopsy was done. So they were done at the same time of his autopsy. So they had to be in with all the other stuff. That's why I think it's wild that somehow they weren't shown. Why were they like, why, what happened? What happened? I want to know. I have so many questions about that. And did you hear Brennan? Because Brennan asked Dr. Rentschler, he was like, when did you first see those x-rays? And Rentschler was like, they were with everything. AJ has to be fuming right now, probably. But also, think about what a relief it is to know that they are in agreement that she is not guilty on counts 1 and 3. This is now 2 juries who have agreed that she's not guilty on counts 1 and 3. Yeah, dismissed with prejudice, can never charge again. Yep. Like Baldwin. If this kills me, I want Dr. Laposada to do my autopsy. She was awesome, right? And between this and Colucci today, holy moly. It's a big day in the courtroom, right? And what's that other South Carolina case, right? Like, there's a my attorney friend just texted me like about Colucci. They'll charge. I think they'll charge him again. What's the, oh, I got distracted. Squirrel. What's the other one? There was a, the South Carolina versus Megan Jackson. There's a verdict in that one. I don't even know what that one's about, but I just got a notification for that one. Kind of wild day in the courtroom, right? Just answer the question, Bev. That's your job. Be more helpful, not more confusing, right? Who, if anyone, thinks that they brought up the ham sandwich in the deliberation room? Do you think so? Charges. I'm behind on chat because I'm trying to read all of y'all's stuff. But also, remember we said, like, how funny would it be if their question was something about the verdict slip because it's so confusing. And now, here we are. Tui Rodriguez is the charge that they give. Okay, so last year, when they did the note to the jury, or I mean, the jury did the note to the judge that said that they couldn't agree. That they were at an impasse or deadlocked or whatever. It's basically a instruction that the judge can give the jury to go back, and I can't remember exactly how it's worded, but it's basically like she gives the instruction that's like, it's called different things. It's like a Allen charge, dynamite charge, Tui Rodriguez. Is that all? I think there was one other one. I can't remember, but different places call it different things. But it basically tells the jury, you know, to go back, really open yourself to hearing the other side, and basically saying, like, there's no other 12 people who could, make this decision better than you. So basically just go consider everything, give it another go. We believe in you. And then see if they can come back with an answer. But the problem is, what was it in the, was it the Ashley Benefield? Which one was it that they gave the Tui Rodriguez charge or Allen charge or whatever it was in that jurisdiction? And then they came back not long after that with a verdict. I think it was Ashley Benefield, right? And so then it had everybody like, okay, if they were deadlocked and then they got that Allen charge and then they came back like whatever it was, like 30 minutes later, an hour later, or whatever it was, and all of a sudden now they all agree. It's like, okay, who's, changing their mind this quick just to get out of there? But that's kind of the point of it. It's kind of a controversial charge for that reason. Now, if all jurors have the exact same thought that Karen Reed is not guilty of these charges, but she must be charged only for the DUI, what all do they choose on the verdict slip? So in that case, they would do the not guilty for the first page of the third page, which is the second degree murder and the leaving the scene. And then on that second page, the confusing one, they would put guilty on only that fifth box or line or whatever. Only that fifth line that said guilty of that. So if they agree on that part, that's what she would get. If they don't, and they're hung, she's going to tell them to try again. Dust yourself off and try again, try again. It took the jury 2 hours to find Megan Jackson, spoiler alert, guilty of the murder of the father of her children. The man she was having an affair with testified that he witnessed her kill Gregory Rice. Wow. So there's that. Big day in court today. Court's all over the place. Is it even number 2 that they are stuck on? That would be likely because that's the only one that they've asked about. Are there cases where they've tried 3 times to convict? Yeah. Curtis Flowers was what, 6 times? And Cara Rantala was 3 times. And wasn't there another one that we looked at recently that was 3 times? Cara Rantala was, it was a hung jury the first time, if I remember right. The second one was a conviction, but then it was overturned, which they've used that case law because of that one, the fresh paint trial. They've quoted that in multiple court filings in this one. And so that verdict was overturned because they had a paint expert or whatever. They've had a painter. I don't know. They introduced him as an expert and he gave his opinion, but it was not an expert opinion. It was basically just an opinion based on his own experience, but it wasn't like about how long it would take paint to dry. So anyway, it was offered as an expert opinion, but it wasn't actually a qualified expert opinion. And that I'm vastly paraphrasing, but that's the case. That was the case law that they mentioned in multiple filings here. So when that one got overturned, they tried her again for the third time and found her guilty of, was it manslaughter on that one? Y'all will remember. I can't remember. Like voluntary manslaughter, or I can't remember what it was. And they gave her a sentence. I can't remember what it was. It's been a while since I covered that one. That one had Rosemary as an attorney, because that one's Boston area as well. And that one had Rosemary. And I loved Rosemary's accent. Walmart. What's going on in my state of South Carolina? Good grief. Are we becoming Florida? Hey, now. We get wild down here, y'all. Y'all, today is my birthday, and I'm praying for a not guilty. Happy birthday. And we would all like to give you a not guilty verdict on your birthday. FYI, per care, and the fourth question came in before they answered the other three, not after. Kalushi was going to be my next trial after this one, so now what? I wonder how long it'll take them to get, because I feel sure they'll charge him again. I wonder how long that process will take. Has anyone gotten Rocky Albert's take on the jury questions? Between Rocky Albert and Rescue Randy, things we want to know. But if you read the instruction to count 2, it says guilty of all the lesser charges. Well, it's that first one says you find her not guilty of this offense and all the lesser charges. So it's the not guilty for this and all the lesser charges. You only have to find one of those guilty, because if you find guilt in one of the top ones, then the way that the lesser charges work is that all of those have elements in them that are part of the bigger charge. So if you are found guilty of the bigger one, then that means the other ones don't matter, because all of those elements are in that top one. But then it's like, if you don't find her guilty of the top one, then that means that all of the elements weren't met. So then you go down to the next one, and it might take out whatever element, intent of this, or, like I always use that example of the armed robbery. If they can't prove that you had a gun, you're not guilty of armed robbery. Then you go down to the next one, and maybe they did prove that you robbed the place, but they couldn't prove that you had a gun. So then you'd be guilty of robbery, but not armed robbery. So as you go down, each one has fewer elements. That does sound like the Tui Rodriguez charge. You're the best jury ever. There's never been a better jury for this. You're the smartest and most beautiful jury there's ever been for this case. We believe in you. Go. Get it together. Do you think they will come back with a verdict today? I do. I do. Random question. Who has been successful in a high-profile case with self-representation? It won't be Lori Daybell. No. It won't be Lori Daybell. It won't be Daryl Brooks. Who else? Who, if anyone, would you want to see represent themselves because it would be a train wreck? Oh gosh, Sarah Boone. She tried. Oh yeah, Antonio Armstrong Jr., the Texas kid. He was tried 3 or 4, right? And they didn't allow cameras in the courtroom. And he was just convicted, I think, right? Are you talking about Trial 4 on Netflix? Well, Rosemary's on Trial 4. She's on that. It's the same attorney, but the Cara Rentala trial is different. Was Welcher the paint expert? You know, I'll pull those court papers and find out. That's hilarious. The verdict slip is so murky, Snow Pappy wouldn't even be able to track a cat. Yeah, everyone keeps talking about how jail time for a first-time OUI charge is not likely, but given Bev's behavior throughout the whole charge, I could really see her sentencing Karen to the absolute max. I thought about that too because of how she's been with this. But also, once she's there, if that were to happen, I should say. Once that happens, then Bev's no longer in charge. So then, you know, there's all like them keeping somebody for the full time on something like that would be. Sorry if you answered this already, but can Colucci be tried again or is it over for him? He can be tried again and more than likely will be, I think. How much longer do you think they will go today? I think we'll have a verdict today. Oh, who beat a murder charge pro se? Who? Who, if anyone? Oh, yeah. Sorry. Lori Dumbbell. My bad. The judge in Daryl Brooks' case had such patience. Judge Darrow, she's patience of a saint. Mario Lopez just got served. I want to see him represent himself in court, but I want him to represent himself while acting as AC Slater. What did he get served for? What's Slater do? Taylor business should represent herself. Oh my gosh. That heifer got problems. She's always attacking her attorneys in court. I guess, you know what? She might have to end up representing herself because every time she has to go back to court for attacking somebody else, then she attacks the next person. That heifer got problems. I'm almost caught up. I've tried to miss y'all. I love hearing what y'all have to say. So I get behind in chat sometimes because I try to read all of y'all's stuff and answer as many questions as I can and interact with you as much as I can. So sometimes I get behind, but I'm trying to get caught back up. And sometimes I miss them. But I like to hear what y'all have to say. Last time Taylor was in court, she was shackled at every joint. It was almost humorous. Oh, she's something else. Tyrone Tucker in Florida was pro se and got a hung jury on a murder charge. That's interesting. That's interesting. Oh, that's the Treehouse one? I heard the Treehouse one. I didn't watch it, though. When the judge isn't legit, you must acquit. That's funny. I'll never use my ceiling fan again. You know, I would stand with you in solitude on that, but I am in Florida and I need my fan. So in my heart, I'm with you on that, but I'm going to have my fan on. I just won't look at it. Oh my gosh, I wish y'all could have seen when me and Chat Daddy turned on that movie last night, though. Before we swapped over to the black and white version, we were watching the 1998 version or whatever it was. And the first thing I saw was that fan. And I was like, They're trolling me. My chat is trolling me. So funny. My sister's an attorney and says the judge denying the defense's request to present Colin Albert as a witness is enough for a mistrial. Anyone talking about this? Well, I don't know about the witness. I know that she denied presenting him as a third-party culprit. I don't see anything yet about them coming back in. Yeah, the old one is better. Man, we fell asleep. So like me and Chat Daddy have a date to watch the end of it today. We're old. We fall asleep. We're fine on the couch. It was when we moved to the bed. We were going to watch the rest of it in bed and then fell asleep. So we have to watch the end of it when we finish today. I'm excited to see the end of it. We got into it. That one guy's such a jerk. I can't remember his juror number. And it was great because the one guy kept getting him to like showing him he said something. They were talking about how the kid saying, by the way, we're talking about 12 Angry Men for those of you who can't follow along with my ADHD brain. The one guy who's such a jerk, they were talking about how the kid said, you know, or that somebody allegedly heard the kid yell, "I'll kill you," or something, or thought that he said it or whatever. And they were like, well, sometimes, people say that. And then he triggered him enough. He got him enough to be, he's like, I'll kill you. And he's like, oh, but will you? Or are you just saying that? And then he got to admit the old man, would get confused, which is what they were arguing anyway. Anyway, we're like full in on this movie. Oh, thank you, Sinbad. Thank you. Thank you. Mario Lopez is being sued in a defamation suit by a lady after he shared a 2009 news clip about her and said, there's got to be some kind of reward for this performance. Why? Not sure what I'll do with when you're not at work with me on the daily. I guess I'll just work. Right? Like production all over the country is about to go way up. How do y'all keep up with all these trials that are going on? I have notifications set for a lot of them so that I can keep up with just the highlights. My son just did the 12 Angry Men book. It's better than the movies. So when I ordered the 12 Angry Men book, I was live on chat with y'all. And I was like, let me do this before I forget, because y'all know how my brain works. And if I don't have it on a spreadsheet, I can't remember it. And I was trying to do it quickly. And I guess I didn't order the book. I ordered the screenplay. So it got delivered today, and it was only $6, but I got the screenplay instead of the book. It's on Prime. Did you show everyone the Uncle Jesse video? No. Let me see if I can get it on my computer. Uncle Jesse is free Karen Reed. Hold on, I think. Ah, oops. Shoot. Oh. I was going to say, I thought it was Mike that posted it. Let me pull it up here.
Thank you. That I'm addicted to the trial. I invited Karen Reed, but she doesn't see her. Does she come?
This is, I couldn't be more grateful. This July will be my 40th year having the honor of playing with the Beach Boys, and my brother's been so good for me. On behalf of Michael and Joe, who wrote all these songs, been around a while, and he's 84 years young, this guy. Thank you guys, please so good.
He's at a Beach Boys concert.
I'm addicted to this rival. I invited Karen Reed, but she doesn't see her. She come. This is,
How funny is that? That's so funny to me. Uncle Jesse. It paused because I played another video. I can't play two of those videos on the same thing at the same time. It will only let me play one of those. Well, 3 of them technically. It'll only let me play 2 at a time. So it paused the clock because I've got this one playing, and played that one. Hey, YouTube, let's get memberships, please. We're working on it. Cut it out. It's Uncle Jesse. Who doesn't love Uncle Jesse? Have mercy. Yeah, that was one of his. That was one of his things too. You read Uncle Jesse's book? I haven't read it. If the jury is close, I'm sure they'll stay later. I think so. I think if that's the only one they're going back and forth on is that DUI, then maybe. But I want them to. Oh, Joey was cut it out. You're right. You're right. I want them to go ahead and decide, because I can't take another day of spiraling. If that question was asked prior to the other 3, I wonder if those 3 answers would help them get through it. Maybe. Maybe. You said Uncle Jesse, and I assumed Dukes of Hazzard. I used to love that show. No court Thursday. I have to go back to work at 3. Every time I've had a client today has been when there was a question or something. So wait for me to start work again and they'll come back. Probably. Hey, Kathy. I think so. I haven't given up hope. I think so. Do you think maybe they are hung on just the OUI charge? That's what I think. Because based on that question, they said that they had agreed on 2 charges, and then they're hung on 1 as of now. And the only one they're asking about is that second count. So I think we've got a not guilty on the murder 2, not guilty on the leaving the scene, same as the first jury. And now we just have to get them all on the same page with the OUI. Melanie Little was just talking about you on her channel. I'm channel hopping today. I love channel hopping. Just pop into different neighborhoods and say what's up. We love Melanie. I do it too. I'll pop in. If I'm on lunch break, I'll pop into different places and say hi. And Brady's ready for sleep and a vacation. Amen. Oh, I can't wait. Start putting brows on, then a verdict will come. All my verdict brows are at the condo. I have 3 different ones going on at once, 2 phones and a TV. I normally have I'll put someone out that, I'll pop in and say hi to different people, whatever. But most of the time they have to stay on mute, obviously, because I'm doing this. But I'll, pop around on my lunch break and say hi to different people. What could a civil suit look like? Well, there's already one in progress. They have the O'Keefe family, Paul O'Keefe and family have filed a wrongful death suit, and they've included Karen Reed, Waterfall, and C.F. McCarthy's. Idaho 4 trial starts August 11th. Do you think the judge hates Jackson? Yes. What's the most shocking thing to you about this case? I don't even know if I can pick just one thing. That's a good question. I don't even know if I can pick just one thing. It's just all of it, all together. It's just a crap show. At this point, is it too late for a verdict read? No. And she wants all of the attorneys back in court at 4. Because she said she's planning on sending the jury a note at 4 to ask if they want to leave or if they're going to stay a little bit longer or what. So she wants all of the attorneys back at 4. So that's an hour from now. Van Elliott, if you would pay attention to your wife instead of being out working, you would know the answer to this question. She could be not guilty on counts 1 and 3. That's what they've decided at this point. Not guilty on counts 1 and 3 and hung on count 2. Got to be out working instead of paying attention to your wife. Just joking. I can't be mean to him. Then he won't feed me. I don't think she's guilty, by the way. I know. Were you here? I think you were still gone when I think you were driving actually, because you got home right after that. They had a series of questions that came in where they said that they were asking about not guilty on, they had agreed on not guilty on 2 of the charges and were hung up on 1 of them. So they already said that they had agreed on not guilty for the 1st and 3rd. Used his name. She's angry, Chat Daddy. That's right. Me and Chat Daddy about to have our first fight. My husband tuned in for the first time the other day, and as soon as you said, "Shut up, Hank," he texted me and said, "She's really funny." Oh, Hank. Oh, I can't wait to never hear his voice again. Can't wait to never hear his voice again. Yeah, they agreed on not guilty. That's what their note said. According to their questions, they said that they had agreed on 2 counts and were questioning one of them, and then, or hung up on one of them. And then the one that they had questions about that they were hung up on was the DUI charge. So according to their note, they have already agreed on, let me see exactly what I wrote down as they were reading it. If we find not guilty on 2 charges and we're hung on the other, does that mean that we're hung on all 3? So now we just have to wait on them to figure out if they're going to like charge her or acquit her on a DUI. A 2-month-long DUI case trial. Chat Daddy, they hear you. Tinsley and Lucy are standing at my office door right now because they hear you. Did you hear me say your name? Hi, sweet girl. Sweet girl. Oh. And now here comes Jealous. If they're hung on DUI, does that mean full mistrial? No, they will get the not guilty verdicts for counts 1 and 3 on the record. I know, right? It spent millions of dollars on. Hi, darling. Hold on. Can you see her? She's got her. Oh, I guess you can't really see her. She's got her little head in my lap. It's so cute. I love her. Tinsy. The most expensive DUI in history. Hey, Car. It's confirmed that she's not guilty on all charges, just now deliberating OUI. So they sent that note that said they had agreed on, they found her not guilty on 2 charges. They heard you. So they were standing at the door. Look at her jumping around. Go get him. He comes in, Chat Daddy comes in to feed them every day around between 3 and 3:30. He'll come get the dogs out of the office. And Lucy will do this thing where she's like jumping around and she's all excited and she's so cute. So cute. So they sent a note saying that they found her. They were like, if we find her not guilty on 2 charges and we're hung on the other, is it hung on all? And then they sent their other questions asking about, they had the 3 charges about the OUI. The first one was what time is this OUI supposed to have been? Are they talking about 12:45 or are they talking about 5 a.m.? And the judge was like, you are the finder of fact. You are the finder of fact. You decide. And then the second one was, are video clips evidence? And if so, how do we consider them? And yes, they are. And you just consider them however you want to. And then 3, if they convict her of the DUI, does that mean that she's convicted of the overall charge, which was the manslaughter operating under the influence? Manslaughter, driving, operating under the influence, whatever. And the answer to that is no, but they did the jury instructions, try to make them a little bit more clear for them there. So based on their questions and what they said, they are not guilty on murder in the second degree, not guilty in leaving the scene of a accident causing death, and they're hung up on the DUI, which means that they've also found her not guilty of the manslaughter, vehicular manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle or whatever, and they're just hung up on the DUI. But the problem is, if they can't agree on the DUI, then that means that that charge, that operating under the influence, manslaughter, whatever it is, then that one would be considered hung. So they can retry her. If they say that they are hung up on the DUI, they can recharge her for that manslaughter charge. Will they? Very expensive trial to go through for a third time for a manslaughter charge. Is it plausible for them to still be hung up on manslaughter, or is that out of the question? I think personally, and this is pure speculation, I personally think that it is out of the question because of their questions. If they were hung up on the manslaughter charge, they would not have even made it to the DUI charges yet to ask, or like to the DUI charge yet to ask questions about that. So I think if they were hung up on that one, then we wouldn't have the questions that we got. If she's found not guilty, will someone charge Higgins and Albert? No. If she's found not guilty, that's just going to be the end of it. They will not pursue anything else. That's what I think. Because they're like, no, we have the right person. I love how happy Brandi gets when Chat Daddy comes in. I love him. We miss Doggy Cam. I know. I had to swap my other microphone kept making it sound like I was underwater, so I had to put this one back in. And to use this one, I have to use the plug that the other camera went in. I'll see if I can figure it out before the next trial. You need to make your phone ringtone to Hank saying objection. When you answer it, you can say, I'll allow it. First of all, I don't ever want to hear his voice again. Second of all, me and Chat Daddy are already talking about this. I told y'all earlier when I said something about wanting to go to Dahlia Lounge to celebrate when this trial is over. He's like, I'll allow it, but I need to be heard. He's right. I want to see the new verdict slip. Me too. Remember to stretch. Hey, hey. No verdict yet. We're waiting. I have faith. I have faith. Okay, I love y'all so much. I'm not going to repeat the questions and answers again. I think I've said them about 400 times. If you want to see them, they are about 2 hours into the stream. I just don't want to repeat it again. I've said it so many times over and over. Can we be done with this case already? That's what I'm screaming. I'm ready to put this one behind us. It's been a long 2 years. But they have the attorneys coming back in like 47 minutes. If nothing happens before then. Look how many people are at the courthouse. Defense is heading back to the courtroom. Oh my gosh, I can't breathe. Outside, it's cooler out there. I'm in Florida. Ain't nothing out there cool right now. I'm getting rid of this. We don't. Defense is heading back in. We don't know what's happening yet. I'm not sure yet. It's making my stomach like in knots. Maybe I said thank you because we've heard it as many times as you've said it. I try so hard to answer all the questions, but I can't answer the same ones over and over and over, and over, and over for that long. Proof that Brandy's not AI. Who was it? Let's see. Who's saying hung? Let's see. My stomach's in knots. Let me refresh. They haven't said anything else yet. Can they hurry up? I have to go to the bank. He said, you see what happens when people tell me to ask questions? I get yelled at. Trying to breathe. How did you get connected with Audio Chuck? Ashley Flowers reached out to me. She heard my podcast. Are you checking Twitters? Yes. Like obsessively. What's a good Twitter or X account to follow for updates from people inside the courtroom? Sue O'Connell has been posting. She's there. Katie Benoit is there. Let's see. Christina Rex. Ted Daniel. Most of the ones that Turtle Boy, he's there. Yeah, Jessica Machado, she's a really good one. And she's there. If Ashley Flowers reached out to me, I think someone was pranking me. I think I did at first. Well, I think I didn't see it at first, actually. I think it got sent to my mail. I mean, you know that little messages thing that, not the junk, but like the filtered. So I didn't see it right away. Somebody said there's movement inside the courthouse. Talking about the Vinny said there's movement inside the courthouse talking about the attorney showing up and the deputies walking down the front stairs. If I was watching at home right now, I would not leave the television. Oh yeah, David Bynick. He's another one that does live tweeting. Ugh. Well, because we know that they're supposed to be back at 4 anyway. So it could just be that. I'm about to fall in my chair. I'm not patient enough for this. I know, right? It's eating into my pool time. Same. If she is acquitted, no, I don't think they're going to go after anybody else. Got my popcorn ready. I wouldn't be able to eat popcorn right now. I would choke on it. She's not forcing them to stop at 4, but she is having them be there at 4 because she wants to. She said this morning she wants to send the jury a note to ask them if they want to, go until 4, or if they want to go longer. Are you going to wear verdict browser? My verdict browser at the condo. Oh. Hold on, look at this. All those people. This is crazy. I remember when we first started covering this, there was like it definitely wasn't big like this. They need a food truck. I want a shirt with a picture of the fan that says, "If you know, you know." I'm getting very anxious. Doesn't seem like we're going to get a verdict today. Maybe. Maybe. It could still happen. They're supposed to be back in 30 minutes, so we'll hear if they're... Here's the thing. If they're coming back in 30 minutes, and I feel like if... I mean, they may come back earlier, I don't know, but I know that they have to, at least they're supposed to be coming back in 30 minutes. So I think that at that point, remember, she said she wants to send a note to the jurors and ask them if they want to stay late or if they want to go home. And I feel like if they're very close, then they'll say they want to stay. And then we might get a verdict tonight, today, soon. I don't know that I have it in me another day to spiral. You're so calm. I feel like I'm on trial. I'm not calm. I'm trying to look calm, but I'm not calm. I'm trying to pretend like I'm calm, but I'm not. This is like 2 years of my life invested in this. So I'm like, dang. There is court tomorrow if we don't have a verdict today. We have a video from out front. How many people there are? That's wild. I mean, that shows you how many people believe in her innocence. Yeah, they when they've come out, they've told the jury, I mean, not the jury. They've told the supporters to not be loud. They've told them to not yell or anything. I think it was Vinny yesterday that said it was bigger than Johnny Depp. Yeah, actually, he said that before too. And I in the podcast, you know, that little intro I have with all the clips, like different news clips and stuff, I have him on there. I think it's on the most recent one where he's saying that. I thought that was wild. It's crazy. I've officially listened to no music my full time at the gym in case I miss a verdict. I do say that's wild a lot. No, I don't think the civil case will be televised or streamed. Marcy is the Michael Marcy. He's the Norfolk County District Attorney. I may or may not have been listening to you during a company-wide meeting today with our CEO. That's funny. The team has arrived back at the courthouse. Heather says, I just watched her walk through the crowd with my own eyes. If they say that they want to stay, then I think we'll get a verdict tonight. Today, whatever. I have no nails left to bite. I know, right? I don't think Bev will let them say. Well, she said, I think Bev wants this to be over. So she said she's going to send them a note at 4 to ask them. You can hear a pin drop outside the courtroom. For someone who wants it over, she's the cause of it going so long. I agree. Bev has delayed this in so many ways. Who, if anyone, can actually breathe right now? Not me. I had to take my anti-anxiety medication. Ah! Oh my gosh. If they make us come back tomorrow, I'm going to be, first of all, we're showing up in pajamas. Second of all, I'm going to have all the zoo crew up in here, our emotional support animals. I can't take another day of this. Same. Woosah. Yeah, they're there for the 4 o'clock. But see, the thing is tomorrow we would I don't want to have to go through all of this again tomorrow. If they aren't able to if they aren't able to come to a decision today, we would have to come back tomorrow. But Thursday's a holiday. So tomorrow, it would be tomorrow, and then Allen charge, Tui Rodriguez, whatever, if they can't do it. So she's having them come in the courtroom at 4, and then we'll find out what the jury's going to do. As far as I know, they've said that there is supposed to be court on Friday, unless that changes. Because they don't want to start another week out like this, right? There's someone in the chat named this heifer. Because I say that all the time. This heifer. Ugh. Could they come in at 4 with a decision? Possibly. I swear I'm staring at this fan so hard that it wiggles sometimes. Right? And also, we have 5,700 people watching in here, watching a fan and spiraling together. Trauma bonding. It's literally the most famous fan. Only fan. Needs its own. I'm sure it probably has some. Oh, if they end this today and we have to go through all of this anxiety tomorrow. Video of Karen arriving back at the courthouse. Court officer called the jury to be brought in. at all these people. No, the jury, well, we don't know if the jury's staying late yet. They're being brought in right now. All right, jury's being brought in. Look at all those people.
Jurors are entering. Court is back in session and any seated.
All right, jurors, I know you want to go home, so it's been a long day for everybody. I have to give you those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Do not do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Be careful with your social media use. We know you've all been working really hard and we appreciate it. So please just clear your heads. Don't think about this case at all as best you can. And we'll see you tomorrow morning when everybody's fresh to start again. Thank you.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors follow me.
Oh.
Jury's exited the courtroom.
Okay, Tori. All right, we'll see everybody tomorrow.
Thank you.
Court is adjourned.
Well, that's it. That's it. Dang. No verdict today. So they're still hung up on the DUI charge, apparently. All right. Yeah, see you in the morning. So they're coming back in the morning. So we'll be back at 9 tomorrow morning. So we have a full day of spiraling ahead of us tomorrow. Okay, but that means they're going to come back fresh. And we'll probably have a verdict by lunch. Right? All right. Okay, takeaways from the day. We know where the jury is standing for the most part. We know, based on their questions, that they are not guilty on counts 1 and 3, which are the big ones. And then the second count is the one that they're hung up on. Yay, more spiraling. I haven't spiraled since last time. Yay. All right. I'll get our recap video done. And here's what I'm going to do. In the recap video, I'm going to go over the questions. And I'm also going to go over what it means and all of the stuff about what happens if all of the things that I explained 11 times today. I'm going to put it all in the recap video so that way tomorrow, every time somebody needs a reminder explanation, we'll just give them that. Also, make sure you listen to the podcast episode that dropped this morning because it's a good one, if I do say so myself. And it's got Hank stuff. It's got jury deliberation stuff. It's got all the stuff. It's got all the things. And it's got Crash Daddies galore. So, what a day. I'm like, I need some social lubricant and a nap. All right. I will see y'all bright and early in the morning. Get some rest. And get some rest, and I will see you tomorrow morning. They've been starting a little bit early, so I will be on standby just in case so that we can hear them in the morning, and then all spiral together. And then we'll try to get as much footage from outside as we can for tomorrow too, because I have a feeling tomorrow's going to be the day. So, pocket mode activated. Pocket mode activated. All right. I appreciate you all. Thank you for hanging out. I'll see you tomorrow.